So feel free to keep your videos closed and please do mute yourself, please. Okay. So thank you for being here with us, Dr. Ramajaneyulu. I would introduce him. He is an agriculture scientist and he's executive director of Center of Sustainable Agriculture, which is a NGO, which is actively involved in helping farmers across India to transition to organic farming practices, which are less input intensive and chemical free. He has helped over 1 lakh of farmers in more than 14 states so far. And one of his biggest successes that I am aware of from his interviews was a village called Dorley, where the village was totally, the farm was indebted and people were planning to sell their farm. The farmers were planning to sell their farms. And Dr. Ramajaneyulu, his team, was able to meet the farmers and discuss with them the benefit of transitioning to organic farming and how it can help them. And this was one of their major achievements where the farm is still alive and they were able to transition them and take them out of the debt that conventional farming practices puts on the farmers. So, which is a very remarkable success. And he has appeared on Satyameva Jayate show with Aamir Khan previously. And he has been on several TEDx talks as well, where he has spoken about food and the chemicals and its impact on our health and on our ecosystem. So I am very pleased to invite him today on Karnamai Holistic platform to share with us more about his work, about his NGO, and how he's helping the farmers. And I have a series of questions for him and I will ask them. Before I go about doing that, there is one more person with us who is also very influential in helping the farmers. And he is not an agriculture scientist, but he is a nephrologist. So I will welcome him as well on Karnamai Holistic platform. So let me put the spotlight on him so we can introduce Dr. Prashant Rajput here with us. He's from Maharashtra and he is an award-winning He has an award-winning agriculture system called Aranya Farms that he owns. He has been bestowed with Amit Udyan Ratna Award 2022 at the National Conference on Climate Resilience and Sustainable Development of Horticulture. So his journey has been as a nephrologist. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Yes. So Dr. Rajput is a nephrologist. His journey began by helping patients and farmers who he saw were suffering from the chemical input intensive farming. And he has seen how the soil quality was degrading heavily near his hometown and home village in Jalgaon, where the soil organic carbon content was depleting to significantly lower levels of 0.1%. And he transitioned his own family farm that his father owned into completely organic from chemical input intensive farm. And that is very incredible. And he has tons of wisdom on soil health. And soil chemistry and how organic can actually do wonders. And he has showed that in his work and he's now training farmers as well. So I would welcome Dr. Prashant Rajput today on our platform as well, because he carries the wisdom from science, from medicine, and please mute yourself. Please mute yourself. I'm not sure where is this voice coming from. See, I will have to remove people who haven't muted themselves because this will, and who I'm not able to mute myself. Because we have to keep the quality of this webinar going, so please mute yourself. Please give me one moment, and I'm going to start muting people. Okay, so anyways, please keep yourself muted because we have to have this webinar quality maintained. It's a very important webinar and we want to learn as much wisdom as possible. And I'm sure there are a lot of people already involved in organic agriculture and are from agriculture universities here. Please keep the quality maintained and please keep yourself muted. Otherwise, I will have to start removing people. So there are series of questions that I have for both Dr. Ramajaneyulu and for Dr. Rajput today to learn from them. And I will start one by one. So I have the first question here for Dr. Rajput. And first of all, I'll welcome him to the show. And I would like him to speak more with us and tell us more about his journey himself into organic farming as a nephrologist. And how did he create a regenerative system on his farm?
Thank you very much. And hello. Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm very happy and glad to be on this platform. And I thank the organizers for inviting me to do this. So actually, my journey started long back. I hail from an agriculture background, and I was into nephrology, doing kidney transplantation. And it happened that I started a clinic in Jalgaon, where I used to visit once a month. And what we could see was there was a huge number of patients with chronic kidney disease, which is called as CKDU, where the cause of the disease is unknown. In 2015, with one of my colleague who supposed to be a kidney donor himself, he was working with a health center in a district called Buldana, which was very close to the Jalgaon, and where we visited places and we could find that there was a huge number of patients with chronic kidney disease. We have seen, we went to those villages and what we could find was the entire village was having chronic kidney disease, CKDU. And we made up a documentary on that, and to a surprise that most of these patients, it was called CKD Zakat. You can go on the YouTube and you can just type CKD Zakat. Ghat means basically it's betrayal, and it was not difficult for me to pinpoint the cause of this, because there were many reports from across the globe, especially from Sri Lanka, from Puerto Rico, and from certain Central American countries, where they had a very high amount of patients developing chronic kidney disease, not only chronic kidney disease, but other autoimmune diseases. And that helped me to take up this work on the soil health and how soil is linked to your food, and how food or the food you consume influences the gut microbiome and how the gut microbiome is responsible for major autoimmune disease as well as certain cancers which are more prevalent these days.
Yes, I understand because I have also transitioned into eating organic myself because I realized how it has been impacting the gut health. And I have heard a lot the gut and brain connection and how farmers are the ones who suffer most from Parkinson's disease as well. This is something I've heard globally is quite true. And that is just incredible that doctors are coming forward into understanding the connection of our farming practices and how that is influencing the health of the people. So that is amazing how you transitioned into your journey from being a nephrologist and still being one into organic agriculture. Now I will have my question for Dr. Ramajaneyulu. So I'll put him on the spotlight here. Dr. Ramajaneyulu, I would love to learn about your journey into organic agriculture. I heard that CSA started as a platform in 2004 when there was farmer suicide going on with PT cotton. And if you could tell us a little bit more about your journey into creating CSA, into coming into agriculture, and how it was at that time, how it was being received at that time when farmers were going through such a hard time with GMOs and farmer suicide rate was pretty high. How did you come up with Center of Sustainable Agriculture to help farmers?
So almost from 1997, we were following up with farmer suicides happening in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. Annually, it was somewhere around 2,000 to 4,000 farmer suicides were happening. So some of us were working with various institutions were trying to look at how the economic crisis in agriculture can be addressed. And while we were working on it, we also have seen the entire ecological crisis, growing high use of pesticides, growing use of weedicide, and then also increasing use of fertilizers, water. So the whole ecological crisis which is happening in agriculture. And we thought we should establish alternative models which can both address agrochemicals, so the ecological crisis as well as the economic crisis. So that's where we started our journey in 2004. So this started as an independent organization. And one of the purpose of starting CSA was that before 2004, whenever we talk about alternatives, organic farming, etc., it is seen either as an ideological belief or seen as a niche market product kind of thing. So we actually wanted to take it to the common farmers, common consumers kind of thing. So that's how we started working on a scale. So 2004-5, we started working with farmers in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and then in also the government of Andhra Pradesh, and it went on to a fairly large scale by 2004 to 2008. 2010, actually, we reached nearly about 30 lakh acres where we could reduce the pesticide use. So pesticide use in the state of Andhra Pradesh could be brought down by over 50% through basically training farmers on growing crops without using pesticides. We call it as non-pesticidal management. So that was our initial success. And that was the one which was captured on a Satyameva Jayate show as well. And from there, we started looking at climate change problems, the connection between the high fertilizer use, high water use, and increasing climate change problems. Also in terms of markets where farmers can get fair price. So so we started organizing farmers into cooperatives, and today we organize nearly about 60,000 farmers into farmers cooperatives spread over Andhra, Telangana, and in Maharashtra we work around Vidarbha area. So we organize farmers into cooperatives and link them directly to the market so that they can get better share of consumer price. And all this in all this journey, what we found is uh, creating trust in the farmers that these practices work. So it's a skill building as well as trust building and proper diagnostic support for the farmers if there is a problem. That helps a lot in terms of farmers making a transition. And so we could see in various conditions, various situations across the country. Say in Chhattisgarh, we had one entire district, Dantewada, is going organic. So by now, almost 110 villages are declared fully organic. Sikkim is fully turned organic. So we work in Sikkim as well. So across the country, Punjab, in Faridkot and Batinda districts, we work. So across the country, wherever there is a crisis in agriculture, we try to look at how that can be addressed. So on one side, looking at agroecological approaches, and other side also building rural businesses so that farmers can sell directly.
Okay. Yes, we will try our best if the speakers can speak a little bit in Hindi, that's fine. But Dr. Ramajaneyulu is from South India, and I'm not sure how comfortable he is to speak in Hindi. Some of the audience is requesting that. We will, I know you guys have hands up, but we will have questions at the end. We have from audience at the end. We have questions right now that I have in the interview. So we'll move on to Dr. Rajput for the next question. And then we'll come back to Dr. Ramajaneyulu again. So Dr. Ramajaneyulu, Dr. Rajput, you were speaking of your journey into organic agriculture by seeing the disease epidemic growing in farmers. And then you created your own Aranya farms, which is an award-winning agriculture system. It's fully organic. So have you noticed any difference in the output that you get from your new organic farm and the conventional farming that your father did in the past? Like, like there is this thing that I've often seen some organic agriculturists complain is that people don't like the look of the food, or sometimes it goes rancid fast. And I'm not sure how good that is, though, that a conventional fruit, because you're coming from horticulture and you know that a conventional fruit would last on the table for a much longer period. But how good it is really for people's health to be eating, like, everything that shines is not necessarily gold. And how do you compare the output, how it looks, how the yield is, how it tastes, and how nutrient dense do you think organic is in comparison to conventional? Because I don't believe much in conventional, but I want to hear from you as a doctor.
Yeah, I think I'll just start. Okay, how we designed our farm. So basically, I started with horticulture plantations, and then we had annuals and intercropping happening. So in the initial years, in the first year, we were able to produce almost same as what the conventional agriculture would do. And this was a time where I experimented with turmeric, because turmeric was our main crop where my father produced. And previously, whenever we were producing turmeric, our curcumin percentage and the oil percentage would be somewhere between 3.5 and 4.5. When we completely switched to organic, basically having the practices which we started, that improved the nutrient density, and there was a tremendous market where we could get the curcumin percentage to as high as 9 to 11% from the same variety which my father had cultivated, because the seed went on, and we could show that our production was almost the same as conventional, but we because the curcumin percentage was high, we got a very good price. So we were initially selling at 150 rupees per kilogram of turmeric. And with the increase in the curcumin percentage, that went up to about 450, and now this year we are selling it at about 800 rupees per kilogram. What I would like to tell you is there has been a tremendous improvement in the quality of soil, and in the second year when we went regenerative organic, our yield has actually increased to about two folds of the conventional farming. So I would, whenever during this course, I would like to tell you how exactly the yield went up. As far as the quality was concerned, the quality actually was better than the conventional farming because of the our understanding of the plant physiology in a much better way, and the critical points of influence which the conventional farmers or any farmers, they fail to understand. And what we could do is we could use specific microbes during the critical point of influence, and we could translate that into better yield, better quality of fruit, better keeping quality, better nutrient density. And we could see from our patients, especially when we tried using our turmeric for patients with recurrent urinary tract infections, especially in patients who were diabetics, there was a substantial decrease in the number of events. The severity of disease was much less, and the remission of the disease was much less. So there is a significant increase in the quality, the nutrient density, and its impact on human health, and even not only in prevention but as a curative therapy for patients, not only patients but and my journey actually started during the COVID time. And I would like to share that a lot of patients who I was exposed to COVID almost every day because of the patients during the Delta wave, where we were continuing to work, and just a sip of the food, and since I had a complete traceability of my food, we could maintain a good immune levels, and we actually did not have any problem uh, during this time working. So what I would like to say is definitely with practices where you eliminate the use of chemicals, there is a significant improvement in the soil health, and the soil health translates into improving plant health, and it is the plant immune system which has the epigenetic signatures of the soil that influences your gut microbiome. And this not only helps you to fight diseases but also helps you to cure a number of these diseases. I would explain you the entire pathway of how this helps, and how soil health translates into better plant health, and that translates into better human health and the animal health.
That's amazing. That's really wonderful to hear, because like it all starts from the soil. Like we say, even our Upanishad says that our existence starts from the, like not exactly the soil, but soil is the medium also. And because the entire reproductive system also gets born out of the food we eat. So food is such an important, like essential part of our being, of our existence. And if the soil is unhealthy, if the soil gut microbiome is unhealthy, then our gut microbiome is not going to be healthy either. And I honestly love golden milk, so I'm going to get my turmeric now from you, since I've known that there's highest amount of curcumin in your turmeric. Because I literally heard in one of the American farmers saying that in America now, to get the nutrient out of one apple that they got, century ago, they have to eat 10 apples. So the nutrient density is going down. It's not going up. So please keep yourself muted for now. We will have questions at the end. So that's amazing. I'm really interested in seeing your further presentation, but we'll keep going on with some questions first that I have for both of you. I'll come back to Dr. Ramajaneyulu. And Dr. Ramajaneyulu, I have a couple of questions here that I'll ask all a couple of them right now. Because you talked about cooperative, I'll come to that as well. But there was something that I heard in one of your prior talks and interviews about government giving institutional credits to farmers, and it is not being fully available to every farmer. And that is not helping farmers much. So I wanted to understand a little bit about what these institutional credits are. And I also wanted to understand how a shift to organic paradigm and an organic agriculture system can help all farmers, regardless of the fact whether they are getting any institutional credits or not. Like, how is the whole organic system going to help?
Okay. Green Revolution, when it started, when government started Green Revolution in 1960s, it created a lot of support for the farmers because there is a lot of market involved. So farmers have to buy seed, farmers have to buy fertilizers, pesticides, etc. So government nationalized banks, and then banks were made mandatory that at least 18% of the total credit any bank gives should go for primary sector, which is agriculture. So it is mandatory. So if the 18% is not given to farming, they cannot increase their total lending. So that was a rule they made in 1969 as part of the nationalization of banks. And later on, when the private banks started, it is made mandatory for the private banks also. And so that's a system of institutional credit. And for last 20 years or so, they also started subsidizing the interest rate. So we call it as interest subvention. So instead of 12%, loan is given at 4% interest per annum. So that is the loan component. But the flip side of it is, this is given only for those who own land. And so tenant farmers, and whose numbers are increasing significantly now, they don't get access to the institutional credit. So many times what is happening is people who own land but move to urban areas and living over there, they get the institutional credit. And the farmers who are actually cultivating the land, taking land on lease, have to borrow from private money lenders at a very high interest rate, as high as 36%. So what we have recorded was 36% and more than that even. So when the state government and central government went for loan waivers also in the last 5-6 years, and nothing much helped for the farmers to get out of the indebtedness. So that's one of the reasons today, average outstanding loan of farm families in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana is very, very high. Say Andhra Pradesh, it is around 2.5 lakh rupees per family. And Telangana, it is around 1.5 lakh rupees. While the income is around 1 lakh rupees per annum. So you can imagine, they can never come out of that crisis of indebtedness. So that's a crisis. And coming back to how shifting to organic farming will help, not directly, I would say, but indirectly, since your requirement to buy inputs from market will be low, indebtedness may come down. So cash requirement may come down. It will be replaced with your hard work or labor. So that's how the dependency on market for buying inputs will come down. So that is the approach which we have taken.
Okay, that's so that's how organic is basically going to help our system, is reduce the dependence of farmers on the more inputs that comes through conventional farming system and amount of debt that comes by buying those inputs from agrochemical systems.
Yeah.
So that's really fascinating. And I heard that in one of your same talks is that Andhra Pradesh government is planning to go all organic by 2027 as a mission. And you said that a training is highly necessary for farmers to educate them on the importance of the climate action and you were doing some work with setting up weather stations from what I heard, and helping them educate about climate crisis, because in India, educating a farmer regarding climate crisis is to be able to go down and talk on the field and explain them at their level. So how much do you feel farmers have been receptive to this type of training, and where do you see the practices going forward in terms of combating climate change and farmers' own receptiveness and understanding about this entire crisis? That is, like, are they understanding that we are at this climate crisis issue and we have to deal with it, and we can go all organic if we try?
Whenever we talk to farmers, whether it's about pesticides or about climate issues or groundwater depletion, etc., farmers understands it easily because it's a day-to-day their observation as well. So they can understand it easily. But what they feel as a constraint is conventional agriculture is highly supported and organic or natural farming is not supported. So it becomes expensive for them. Second, there's nobody with them to provide any support if there is a problem. So when they face with a problem, they need some support in terms of how to deal with the problem. And these two actually helps farmers to make the transition. So for example, a fertilizer bag which we buy in the market, say urea is available at 260 rupees for farmer, but a bag gets 2,500 rupees subsidy for the company. So actually the bag costs nearly 2,800 rupees. Farmer pay only 269, 280 or so. Rest of it is all paid by the government of India. So it is subsidized. So it is easily available. If the same amount of nitrogen has to be supplied by farmer, their farmer has to apply nearly about 3-4 tons of compost, which they have to do on their own or they have to buy from the market. So that disparity is something which is creating an impact on farmers in adapting these practices. But of late, the government of India also has realized that the climate change is heavily influenced by the conventional agriculture, high use of chemicals. So this year, government of India started a national mission on natural farming. So they're supporting farmers for this transition, and they're also supporting the state governments which reduce the fertilizer use. Earlier, it was not there. So slowly there is a recognition at the top level. At the farmers level, always there was a recognition, but they were helpless in terms of making the transition. Either they had to transit on their own by spending money and learning on their own. But now there is some effort from the government in terms of supporting such transitions.
So do you feel that AP government is going to meet its goals for 2027 to go fully organic by then? Excuse me, please mute yourself. Please keep yourself muted. Yeah, sorry.
See, I feel at least even if 50% transition happens, that's a great achievement because Andhra Pradesh was one of the highest fertilizer using state in the country. So it will be great even if 50% transition happens. And also what I realized over 20 years working closely with farmers, like every one of us farmers are also, there's a normal curve in the farmers. So 20-30% may fully shift. Rest of the people may reduce significantly the usage of chemicals, but they may not fully transit because it is also about their own family situation, whether they have enough of resources, enough of human resources to work on, and and then enough of knowledge and skill support available. So all these factors may influence. So even if there is a 50% reduction in the chemical use, it will be the great benefit to environment and also for the farmers. And I see Andhra Pradesh may go up to 50% by 2028. I'm saying, say, from here, another 5 years, we may be reaching around 50% reduction in agrochemical use, is what hopefully I look at.
That's really interesting, and that would be great if we can meet those targets. And yes, it takes time. Rome wasn't built in one day, so we will get there for sure. And that's a very good plan. Please keep yourself muted here. Who is it who hasn't muted? Okay. So just one more question before we move on to Dr. Rajput. This was in connection to the same question. You said that government is now recognizing the impact of climate change and they're trying to help farmers. So is there any sort of credit programs for carbon restoration, like carbon credit programs that government is offering for farmers who are doing more sustainable agricultural practices? Helping doing regenerative farming or trying to restore carbon back into the soil. Is there any sort of credit system that the government is doing and giving to the farmers to help them?
So currently, carbon credits are still in the private market. Government is not supporting that. Andhra Pradesh government is drafting a policy now. Hopefully, it will be done by end of the year. So they're trying to come up with a policy measuring the soil organic carbon and then accordingly incentivizing farming. So that's one mechanism they're trying to develop. But in the private market, it is already there. There are some players who are already supporting building on the soil organic carbon. We are doing with our farmers. So we could see 0.1 to nearly 0.9% increase across farmers. And annually, they may get, for every 0.1% increase, it amounts to about 3 credits. So somewhere around $30 is what comes as a carbon credit. It is in the private market. But like I mentioned, the government of India has started a program called PM Pranam, which measures fertilizer use reduction at the state level. And the amount of fertilizer use reduced.
Can you please mute yourself? Yeah, it's muted. Sorry, please go ahead.
So the amount of fertilizer use reduced at the state level will be measured, and the subsidy component of that will be directly transferred to the state. And the state is asked to share 30% of it with the farmers. So they started as a pilot this year. They call it as PM Pranam. So that's a new program which has begun. And probably new schemes may come up over a period of time. But Government of India has put a target that by 2030, we will reduce the net emissions by 50%. And by 2070, we will be net zero. So if the emissions have to come down, fertilizer use is the first topmost thing which need to come down. And water use. Because particularly in the paddy, water stagnation gives a lot of methane emissions. So these two need to be addressed because these two together nearly comes to around 17-18% of the total emissions from total greenhouse gas emissions. So to address that, some efforts are being made. So I hope some more incentive systems may come up in the next couple of years. Currently, it is only private market which is giving.
Okay. That's interesting. I'm happy to hear that the Government of India is taking some actions in this direction. And I will come back to you on this again. I will go to Dr. Rajput now for the next questions, and we'll be back here with Dr. Ramajaneyulu again. So welcome back, Dr. Rajput. So we've been discussing with you mostly about soil health, and I'm sure you have a presentation at the end. But I would like to know before that, like some of the questions that I have is like, what are some of the challenges that you feel organic agriculture faces in scaling up? Like we do have, like Dr. Ramajaneyulu said, that we do have some targets that we want to meet efficiently to reduce climate crisis and reduce amount of fertilizers and everything. So, but we are not making targets that are impossible, but we are trying to get to that point. So what challenges do you feel stops us from going completely organic, or what are the still challenges there are in scaling up an organic farm?
See, I think the major challenge now is the mindset. So we need to change the mindset that the conventional agriculture gives more yield than the organic agriculture. So that mindset has to change. And it's only when you change the mindset, you will have more and more people joining the organic journey. So what I felt when I have interacted with farmers, that definitely they have challenges regarding the initial input cost, uh, basically the nutrition cost, uh, as compared to the conventional agriculture. Second is organic agriculture is quite labor intensive, and mechanization in organic agriculture is extremely important because it's quite a labor intensive job, and more and especially when you try to scale it up, it becomes very difficult, and sustaining it in the initial years becomes a problem. So the beginning is a problem, and once you have a smooth beginning, the transition into complete conventional agriculture, from conventional to organic, is actually not very difficult if a proper training is provided to the farmers, and proper education about soil health reaches the farmers. The basic problem is the degraded soil, and it becomes very difficult to maintain the same yield in the initial years for the organic growers as compared to conventional growers. So it's very important that the right training has to be given to those farmers so that the yield does not go down.
But it takes
And
time. It
yeah,
takes
yeah,
time for the year.
yeah, it takes time. It takes about 2 to 3 years for that yield to come up, and maybe you can exceed the conventional, but uh, important is the mindset. You need to just overcome this, and once you start and you have the right kind of know-how, then it becomes very easy. For me it was quite easy because I had a good understanding of the basic science, and then I had a huge agronomy support from my teacher. So that made me, and then since it was working from day one, we could start uh, harvesting after 6 months of my organic journey, and we were able to do it very sustainably, and it became actually the farm became basically a model farm for many of the farmers from our district. So we have visitors from across the district, across the landscape of Maharashtra, where people can come, join, learn, and they relearn things. And obviously, for many of them, it is just the mindset that they need to start. And many of them have started, and they have just embarked on this organic journey, and they had good results from the beginning. If you know or you teach them the right know-how about the regenerative organic way.
So how long do you feel it takes any farm or that has been sprayed with chemicals, for a long time, doing conventional farming, for that farm to be cleaned up and become 100% organic, because that soil is already degraded. It doesn't have the
Yeah,
beneficial.
it takes about 2 to 3 years. But if you ask me, if right practices are put in place with a good understanding of the soil biology or the soil, then you can do it as early as 2 to 3 months as well. So we started with small duration crops. We started with a bacterially dominant soil, and gradually we were able to transit it into a predominantly fungal dominant soil, and we could see the results. The short duration crops need a very bacterially dominant soil, whereas the perennial horticulture requires a fungal dominant soil, and it is very important to understand the nature, how it works, and what I have learned from my teachers who are into large scale agriculture is that you need to do right things at the right time. The critical points of influence on plants is extremely important, and if you can put things in place during these phases, you actually can not only increase the yield, but also you can increase the nutrient density, you can increase the keeping quality, and lot of the physical as well as other aspects of food production.
That's amazing. So it's all about having the right training. I mean, definitely looking forward to your presentation at the end.
Absolutely, it is the training, and whoever have been trained in my farm, uh, they have now understood the nitty-gritties of farming, the regenerative organic way, and we have able to show good results from as early as 3 months from the switch from completely chemical input free organic farming.
That's that's really nice. Because I used to follow before. I watched some videos on soil health, and I definitely watched this organization that is promoting soil health, Soil Food Web, in US, and they also help in India as well. And it's amazing to see how the life forms and how the biodiversity plays such a key role in ensuring um, how healthy our environment is. It's not about killing everything, but it is about respecting the circle of life, and even the smallest of bacteria, fungi, to these things can play such a critical role in feeding the whole ecosystem, like, and how wonderfully, if planned, things can work. Because I just recently watched animated video, and it was amazing that you want to fight climate change, and you want to, you'll just start planting all trees, but there are some trees that is just going to suck out more water from your ground, and that's not going to be helpful. So everything has to be done with the right mindset, like you said, with the right training. So like understanding the soil, understanding the ecosystem, and doing things in the right way, and not just coming up with solutions that we don't understand. So that's really amazing um, about this entire work. And what methods are you using in your farm in terms of replacing the pesticides? What type of inputs are you using for removing the pests and for pest control?
Yeah, basically what we are working on is the complete plant health. So we need to ensure the plant is extremely healthy, and we try to improve the immune system in plants. Definitely, we use our conventional pest systems. So we have an integrated pest management approach, So we use a lot of bacteria, especially Pseudomonas fluorescens. We use a lot of fungi, uh, which is basically which have effect on a lot of mainly pest organisms like we use Trichoderma viridi and Herginium. We use uh, Brevaria bassiana. We use Verticillium lacani. A lot of Basidiomyces species. We use a lot of these. We use neem a lot. So our whole system is based on neem, and then we use a lot of fish emulsion as a nutrition as a pest repellent. We use certain aromatic plants as pest repellents. We use traps, physical traps as the light traps and the sticky traps. So we use a lot of these things, especially based on and we use a lot of consortia for microorganisms, mainly the EM and certain microbial consortia, which we have developed with some microbiologists, and they work pretty well for pest control. So in the first year, we had issues with the pest, and subsequently, as our soil is improving and our plant health is improving, our number of pest attack has considerably gone down, and lesser and fewer inputs are now needed to control those pests. But we focus much more on neem-based and certain uh, uh, the biocultures of certain fungi and bacteria, basically microbes to take care of plant and insect-borne diseases.
That's wonderful. That's really amazing to know, and I look forward to your soil presentation at the end as well. But we'll move on to Dr. Ramajaneyulu now for some of the questions on his side that I have. Then we'll be back to you for your presentation. So I'm going to replace the spotlight here back to Dr. Ramajaneyulu. So welcome back, Dr. Ramajaneyulu. So I have the questions here for you. You were speaking about farmers and the programs that government is allowing and how to fight the climate change issue um, with by reducing the amount of dependence on agrochemical fertilizers and pesticides. So one thing that I wanted to know is when you spoke about paddy and how it is contributing a lot to methane emissions, and that is where one of my questions comes around is climate change. Is that recently I was hearing Delhi government doing something about wanting to use biodecomposers for like how they burn the stubble after, and that releases a lot of pollution as well. That it's even felt in Delhi when Punjab people are burning those, and they were planning to use some biodecomposers, but farmers were skeptical of it, that it may not work, but it's very slow process. So there is this thing about organic practices that they think it's slow. And also one thing that I wanted to ask is that, is there a sustainable way of producing food from paddy to wheat to millets in a more biodiverse way where, like we can get as much as is needed as a whole food component, because it's not just, I was recently watching a video by American University about how much greenhouse emission is being caused by different things. I'm not sure about their data, but I feel that there is also a culture of, using a lot of these foods and doing food wastage. There's a lot of culture of processed foods. We say that even cows emit to greenhouse emission. And meat and dairy farms are also part of that. But again, in a protein deficient country like India, we definitely want a holistic approach towards everything. I'm not saying promoting junk food or milk powders or things like that can, like that are going to be unsustainable for even health as well as climate. But is there a way where how in the West they're coming up with ideas of holistic grazing practices like regenerative agriculture? They are coming up with like grass-fed options. It's not so much. As I came to India, I saw that though we had the system about grazing cows in like small forests and stuff, we don't have it anymore. We also keep cows locked, and then we take them out a little, or we just feed them, certain feeds. But we are not into that holistic practices that I learned the West is coming up with, as much as we probably were in the past. And my question is that can a more holistic approach be possible, where we can grow all the foods? Like, people are not going to suddenly stop eating rice. There are variety of rice. Is there other practices like cover cropping or other holistic practices? Do you see them feasible in India, that India can transition into or be educated into? The farmers can be educated about more holistic practices, and are these possible to make a more sustainable way of consuming whole foods, but not leading to climate change or food waste, or other, making it look unsustainable? Like, is there a more holistic way?
In Indian context, compared to West, the major influencing factor is the government, because nearly 60-70% of the food produced, particularly rice and wheat, is procured by the government of India. So the price they offer and the assured market influences the crops which can be grown. So, say for example, Punjab and Haryana farmers, it's very difficult for the farmers to shift from rice and wheat to other crops. You have seen the resistance coming from the farmers, because rice and wheat, there is an assured market and an assured price. So without shifting from that policy, expecting that farmers will make a shift is not going to happen. Also in the market, Indian market, if you look at consumers, more than 50% of our diet is rice and wheat. So obviously, it's going to continue like this unless consumers changes. So we cannot expect only farmers to change. But what can happen at the farmers level is the changes in the practices in terms of reducing the water use and chemical use. So at this point of time, say whatever amount of fertilizer you use, you are getting subsidy. So farmers are using it indiscriminately. Similarly, whatever amount of water you are pumping out and using, it is subsidized, because power is subsidized. So farmers are using it. If there is a policy shift in terms of how much water, incentivizing farmers for not using more water and reducing fertilizer use and actually increasing soil organic carbon, probably more farmers will shift towards that. So the driving forces would be the government policies in terms of institutional support, the support systems which are provided to the farmers, and also the procurement side. Both can help in terms of making this transition possible. Coming to the Punjab case of Punjab and Haryana's case of stubble burning, the stubble burning is because the gap between the paddy harvest, the Kharif paddy harvest and the Rabi sowing of wheat is very little. And that is very little because there is a ban on early sowing of paddy, because the groundwater exploitation was going on. So government is trying to look at solutions within rice and wheat system. Instead, if they can move out and look at it holistically, probably farmers should be supported only to grow either rice or wheat, only one crop in a particular land, either rice or wheat. Second crop should, obviously, if it is if the farmers grow only pulses, the government can procure. Other crop, if government stops procuring, probably shift will happen. I think that's a kind of new policy regime should come in that can help. farmers are burning it because the labor cost is very high and no mechanization solutions are available. So even to apply decomposer, waste decomposer, you need to remove all the stubbles first. So removing stubbles is becoming very expensive process. So that's where actually the trouble lies, and farmers feel it is easy to burn off. So I think it's more of it's a solution need to be more holistic is what I feel. So that can come in from a public policy change and also the market change by consumption changes in the consumption pattern.
Okay. That said, you also mentioned about consumer awareness. Like this was one of my questions at the end, but since this has come up, I want to question this right now because you spoke about consumers wanting to transition out of this 50% of rice and wheat consumption. And considering India is such a highly diabetic state and country, and rice and wheat, I don't say they don't have health benefits. They definitely do, and it's all about a holistic approach towards nutrition as well, which I think has gone away from Indian mindset. Because I spoke about also the methane emissions from cows and stuff, and like when I was in South India, I was in Tanjore, and I still saw some holistic practices there, which I have not seen here. Like I still saw people going with their cows out and they're grazing, and they're probably doing some holistic grazing practices. And there is not that consumer awareness which is coming out in the West now about nutrient density of food, such as say omega-3 content of the food, and how much the ratio of omega-3 to omega-6 is present in each food that they are eating. Do we have to depend on wheat all the time? Can we not switch from wheat to maybe say chia seeds? And how good it is for, these are ancient grains, chia seeds, flax seeds, and millets. And, I'm not talking about making junk food out of them, but I'm talking about having a holistic way of looking at things, that we are not there only to eat atta roti every day, but we can do a mixture. We can do a mixture of roti, and that also puts less stress. So this consumer awareness programs, do you see have a place in agriculture anywhere where consumers are being educated about what they are putting into their body and what they are being fed? And can this really help turn around the system? Because I personally have not seen government of India doing anything about that as much. To be honest, I thought that there is not much about nutrition health here.
Excuse me,
Please, yes.
Miss Holistic. Can I speak something?
No, not right now. At the end, please. Please, at the end. So, I literally wanted to know more about the things that are coming out from the West, that we are learning about the different facts about the nutrition information, and people are looking at the profile, nutrient density of food, and where the organic and regenerative is catching momentum out in the West. And they're saying that, okay, we needed 10 apples to be, today to be healthy and get the same nutrient density, that one apple could give us a couple of years, century ago. And now we don't have the same omega-3 to omega-6 ratio in many foods. And we are we don't have that nutrient awareness program. So do you see this is something that is possible as a project in India, where people get more aware, and which will also put less stress on the healthcare system here, and which will also help reshape the farmers, what farmers are growing, and how the agriculture system is set up.
See, if you look at this whole issue, West is actually going mad over superfoods, I would say. India also has a lot of foods which are nutrient dense. problem in India at this point of time, which is not much discussed, is the nutrient values in food is also going down. If you look at millets, or even if you take any of the food, even if you take leafy vegetable like palak and check the nutrients today and what nutrients were there, say 30 years back. We did a study which was published last year. We looked at the National Institute of Nutrition's data for over 30 years, 1987 and 2007. And in this 30 years period, more than 30% reduction was seen in many nutrients. This is because the nutrients in soils are going down. So obviously, when the nutrients in soil goes down, the nutrients in plant goes down. If the plant nutrients in plants goes down, the nutrients in the people goes down. So the growing anemia in the country is because the soils are becoming iron deficient. So if the soil is iron deficient, plants are iron deficient, people are also becoming iron deficient. That's what is what we are seeing today. And but the government is coming up with the solutions like biofortified rice rather than trying to focus on the soils. I think that's where problem lies. So we need to look at how holistic solutions can be provided. But just to update you, there is a Government of India campaign which began a couple of years back. It is called as Eat Right campaign, Eat Right. So if you Google for Eat Right India, you will get a website where all this information is available, how soils are getting depleted, how to choose holistic food, how to look at food labels, how to read food labels, and then why you need to reduce products which are grown with high chemicals, and why you need to switch over from highly processed foods. All this information is given, and Food Safety Standards Authority of India is running a campaign. But it's a long way to go, certainly, because the amount of effort put in by the private industry, which is selling pesticides and fertilizers, putting in is much, much higher than the organic industry. And similarly, the effort Government of India puts in on promoting chemicals is much higher than consumer awareness program. I would say, in a small way, there's a beginning which has happened.
That's good to hear. I mean, there's some efforts going on, but it seems that they are not enough because with the disease epidemic in India with diabetes and what we saw during COVID, it doesn't look like we are there yet. And for sure, because I'm seeing now this is a thing that my parents think that hydroponics is organic. I don't think it is, because it deprives the soil out of the system. So again, the nutrient density of food again is going to be impacted, because soil is going to give you more nutrient dense foods. And people can disagree with me, but I feel that soil, the food that will come out of real organic culture is the best one. But I'm seeing that these systems are growing in India, where I see a dairy farm here is selling organic milk as a hydroponic solution. And I wanted to know, where do you see the organic standards being set up in India? Because I know USDA is setting up organic standards in America, and there's still problems with that farmers associations are fighting to upgrade the standards there to more regenerative and organic standards. Where are the standards in India? Who sets the organic standards in India, and which bodies are there that are actually influencing these standards, or are putting the pressure to upgrade the standards on organic, so that we are not selling something in the name of organic, which may not be entirely organic? So where are the standards in India set up, and who is helping?
So India has national standards for organic production. They call it as NSOP. National Standards for Organic Production, and those standards are implemented by farmers and food processors, and it is mandatory to label the product. So without any certification, you cannot claim a product to be organic in the market. So this made it mandatory to have a label on the packet. Only farmers are exempted to sell directly if they're selling it to the consumer. Up to 12 lakh rupees per year, farmers are exempted. Otherwise, it is made mandatory that there should be a label on the packet. And there are two certification systems in the country. One is called as the NPOP certification, which is the national level standards verified by organizations approved by EPIDA, Agricultural Product Export Development Authority, or Spices Board of India, mostly for the export purposes. And again, from last year, rules have changed as USDA and UK has changed and EU has changed their rules. So only if you have certifications of their country. So if you are exporting to US, you need to have USDA certification additionally approved by an agency approved by USDA. You cannot export to US now. And similarly to the EU as well. So that change has happened. So for international market, approvals are from EPIDA and the country where you want to export. Whereas for the domestic market, you can use NPOP certification, or second is the National Center for Organic Farming. Government of India has started something called as a PGS, where participatory guarantee system, where few organizations across the country are identified to verify and certify the farmers groups. As a farmer group, small farmer groups are formed, and then the groups are verified and certified. It is called PGS system, participatory guarantees. These two are the certifications. Food Safety Standards Authority is given mandate to implement the whole certification system. So whichever product is sold in as organic in the market, it should carry a logo called as Jaivik India logo, and it is mandatory.
Okay, and the standards, are there any bodies of NGOs that are helping them shape their standards, upgrade their standards for these organizations that are setting it up?
Yes, there are standards. So like I mentioned, it is the standard set by National Center for Organic Farming, and there are around 50 organizations affiliated with NCOF, which works on certification systems. So we are also one of them. And there are EPIDA sets the standards for NPOP standards, and that is supported by NPOP. They are all private companies which are into certification business. So both are there.
That's excellent. So, like, where is your take on hydroponics then? Like, should it be qualified like real organic food then?
I would say at this point of time, hydroponics is not considered as organic because the nutrients used are chemical sources, basically. So if we can replace the chemical sources from with biologicals, botanicals, and other sources, probably we can look at, say, we can have vermicompost wash, vermi-wash, and many other nutrient solutions which can also be used in hydroponics at some point of time, I would say. But when we talk about organic farming, it's also not just about nutrients. It's also about living soils. So there is a still debate between these two. Personally, I feel compared to conventional chemicals, hydroponics are better because your fertilizer use goes down, but the energy use is very high. So we need to figure out that part.
Okay, so in any day, like having a soil-based agriculture system is going to be a lot more nutrient dense and a lot more better, sustainable and healthier for people and planet compared to hydroponics.
Obviously, because you are only adding nutrients which you know. See, the whole point is in water, when you are adding nutrients for hydroponics, you are adding what you know. There could be many more which you don't know. Whereas in soil, there could be many nutrients which plant requires, and when plant decomposes, the nutrients may be going into the soil. So we know only about 16 nutrients today. So there could be many more in the soil. There could be many more enzymes, many more things which plant absorbs from the soil, and our knowledge on that is very limited.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like we cannot really think that we'll outsmart Mother Nature by making
Uh,
artificial.
uh, it's like saying you need carbohydrates, you need proteins, you need fat. So if I mix all these and make it into a pill and give you, you can be healthy. So it's not going to happen like that. That's one of the reasons we are able to grow only few crops in hydroponics, not every crop. So
In
still,
fact,
there's a long way to go in terms of knowledge.
in fact, what I heard is that from some of the doctors outside, I heard that children who play in their childhood with soil, they have a better and more resilient gut microbiome. Maybe this will be a question I'll ask Dr.
Of
Rajput
course.
in
Yeah,
future.
yeah.
But
This is called as a hygiene hypothesis. And
Yeah,
this was a very interesting
we'll prove it.
experiment. Which was in Germany in the mid 60s and 70s, where they found that those children who were playing outside their homes in mud, and they were having less amount of allergies and autoimmune diseases as compared to people who were in more hygienic environments without exposure to soil. So this is a very well established hypothesis that microbes play a significant important role in development of diseases. And whenever maybe I would like to show in my presentation how this works and how your the microbe human interaction and microbe soil human interaction plays a significant impact on your health.
yes, that is one of the biggest things that I have personally learned is the more you are in sync with Mother Nature, the more you are healthier. And when you speak about the hygiene hypothesis, I heard about it too before. But when you speak of hygiene, I hope you're not speaking about the hygiene where it's all about it's not about mixing the two things like unhygienic practices or using sewage waters or because
This is basically based on exposure to microbes. That's
microbes.
it's the soil exposure to the soil.
Exposure to soil. It's not about because I heard that there were
No,
some
it's
worms,
not about.
tapeworms.
Yeah, no. It's not about hand hygiene, or it's not about other hygiene. It's basically exposure to the microbiome of the soil.
Yeah, because I heard there was this tapeworm problem in India going into the brain that was coming from also the sewage water or unhygienic sewage water they were using for agriculture or something like that was coming through the cabbage or these vegetables in India that people were consuming. And it's supposed to be coming out from a pig poop, and it was contaminating the vegetables as well. But that is not the hygiene we are talking about here. We're talking about just working with Mother Nature, not making things unhygienic ourselves.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll come back to you, Dr. Rajput, because you have a presentation at the end that we have to go through. So I'll finish off with Dr. Ramajaneyulu, and then we'll come back to you to finish off with the presentation and some questions. So Dr. Ramajaneyulu, we have. I'll finish off with my questions for you here now because there are only few left. So we almost went through.
Excuse me.
Who is this?
Yes, this is Ashish. Have you heard about rest of people who are attending this?
I have not heard about them. No, we've just invited
because
people.
because you three of us just talking about yourself. Have you gone to Earth? Have you gone to farm?
I have not gone to farm, but I have gone to the garden.
Yes, that's it. You don't know about farm. You
Okay,
are
that
just
is
talking. You are just
Ashish,
talking.
Mr.
You are
Ashish,
listen to.
Mr. Ashish, I would like you to please speak respectfully. We are here in a webinar. I'll have to put you out of the webinar. Okay. So if you have questions for the guest speakers, I'm here to learn from them as well. If you have questions for the guest speakers, please write it in the chat box. I'm not here to take any nonsense, okay? Because I'm trying to here organize a webinar. And all the people here are very respectfully listening and they can ask questions. I'm not here a perfect person who knows everything about farming. I am a host who has organized a webinar and I am asking questions. So you should know by now through your intelligence that I am not fully aware of everything. And this is why I'm asking questions. So I would not like to take any disrespect from you. Thank you. And next time you speak disrespectfully, I'll have to take you out of this webinar. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Dr. Ramajaneyulu. I'll proceed with my questions here for you.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
So my questions were for you, which are remaining.
Dr. Rajput. Dr. Rajput.
Tell me.
Dr. Rajput.
Yeah, tell me.
Yes. Tell me one thing. How you deal with these people
Which
who
people?
don't have knowledge about basic
Dr. Rajput, I sadly have to remove this man from the from our talk because I'm doing my best so that people here who are here to listen, they understand that I am a host here and I'm trying to organize a webinar and learn for myself. I'm not trying to here create a fight between people. I have questions as well, what I'm noticing about agriculture, about farming, and I have invited some really genius pioneers here. So I hope everybody here will understand why I had to take somebody off this call. I really hope you guys will understand. I'm trying to do my best. I'm not a perfect person in knowing about farming, but being a host on this platform, I carry a self-respect. So, Dr. Ramajaneyulu, sorry again, but we'll start off with our remaining question. So we almost discussed everything that I had about, how farmers can be helped. You spoke about cooperatives, and I wanted to learn a little bit more about what this cooperative system is and how farmers can benefit way more, avoiding a lot of middlemen, and they can get more direct benefit of their produce. And you also have a retail outlet called Sahaja Aharam. And what is that about? How is that benefiting the farmers? And how is it maximizing profits for farmers? If you can give a little bit briefing on that.
Yeah. Just going back in history, India has a long history of cooperatives. People coming together, collectivizing to solve their problems. So Gandhiji worked on cooperatives, Gram Swaraj. So all that was based on the cooperative principles. So we can work together, bring our skills and abilities together so that we can solve the problem. So that's the approach which was there. And there is a new age cooperatives which started from 2000, I would say 2008, 2009 onwards, of farmers farming into cooperatives and then selling directly to the traders and the consumers, so that we can move one or two steps ahead. Today in agriculture, the first mile aggregation of products is the costliest thing, and the last mile delivery of services. These two are the major failures in this country because farmers are very small and marginal. So by farming cooperatives, we can have an aggregation. So farmers are formed into cooperatives, and the government of India started a new program last year to form 10,000 cooperatives, so that across the country, farmers are now getting aggregated. So one effort is towards that, and there are well-known successful cooperatives in the country. Amul is one of such example. There are many other cooperatives across the country which were really, really famous cooperatives. And coming back to what we are trying to do, we farmers from 4 to 5 villages together into a cooperative, and they're registered either as under Cooperative Act or under Producer Companies Act. Farmers will be the shareholders in that, and towards during the season, farmers are helped to farmers make a production plan, and towards the end of the season, they aggregate the produce and sell it directly. And in many places, we also process, value add, and then do processing locally, and all these products which are produced organically are sold through retail outlets called Sahajaharam. So that's one effort we are making. And in addition, we also sell to many bulk buyers. And we also work with the governments in terms of creating such market. One such big initiative began a couple of years back in Andhra Pradesh, where the major temple, the Balaji temple from Tirupati, started becoming organic. So the prasadam, which is served in the temple today, is made from the chana dal, which is procured directly from the farmers, and they pay 15% over the local market price. They procure directly from the farmers. So collectivization helps for aggregation, storage, processing, and these three helps farmers to get better price. So that's a model, and we have seen in Sahajaharam, if we can sell directly to the consumers, nearly 50 to 60% of consumer price goes to the farmer. In the regular market, in the conventional market, it is only about 30%. So that's a big difference which can happen if our collectives can work together. So farmers can work together, and farmer cooperatives also works together.
That's wonderful. So the farmers get a lot of their profit. Then like they get maximum profit from selling to these retail outlets, and they're not losing much.
Yeah.
In this process. It's amazing. When you spoke about South Indian temples, and it reminds me of South Indian temples because
So Balaji temple is going on. So the Balaji temple consumes huge amount of food every year. So probably about our estimation is that it will buy from about 1 lakh farmers. The one temple buys from about 1 lakh farmers, all products together. So likewise, we are getting 11 temples in Andhra Pradesh to buy from the farmers. And so all prasadams will be going organic now. So I think that's a kind of bulk market. If it comes in, farming becomes certainly viable. Instead of such temples buying from, say, local traders, if they start buying from the farmer cooperatives, farmers will directly get benefit. And if they go organic, again, the demand for organic food goes up.
That's amazing. I think temples should set that that trend, because there's a lot of population in India that follows a religious path. And
yes,
I honestly was very impressed with South Indian temples myself, because when I was
so
in South
temples, if temples, gurudwaras, schools, hospitals, if these four can go organic, I think things will change.
Oh yes,
everything will change.
Hospitals
These
going
four.
organic means
no, they are
patients
not.
are
They're not yet.
They're not. I'm saying if these four can change, everything will change.
Yes, absolutely.
Hospitals going organic means it will be a big change everywhere globally. And in India, temples going organic will also be a big change, because we have a lot of religious
It's a big
population
change.
here.
It's a big change. Yes.
It will be a big influence. Like if a temples can teach people to eat healthy, there is nothing like that. Because I have seen in certain temples in North where they are selling cheese, cheese pizza outside. So for me, seeing South Indian temple was super traditional. Like it was amazing. Like how they are. The entire practice is very ancient, and it will be so nice, because organic is our ancient way of living. And if the temples can show that way, if gurudwaras come out from Punjab and they see, the same Guru Nanak kheti as the real kheti, and come back to organic, transition back to real organic food. If hospitals do it, there's nothing like that. Like the entire country will be influenced heavily, because this is where the educational programs comes in for people to become aware. And undoubtedly that would make a big difference. And I will have another question for you, which is about your e-Krishi platform that I had heard about. I want to learn more about e-Krishi platform, because you said that is a place where people can donate their skills. And And I would want to know a little bit, is Dr. Ramajaneyulu on? It seems that he has, no, he's here. He's here. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry for that.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to learn a little bit about eKrishi platform. What volunteers can do for that platform. You said that people can donate their skills. So
Yes.
I just want to.
See, eKrishi is say for eKrishi is trying to build a set of tools which can be used by the farmers. Say we have a application called Pestoscope where farmers can identify the pests or diseases in the farm easily through in a mobile application. We have all the pests and diseases crop wise, and they can also take a picture and send it to us if they can't identify. And the application is built in a way that it can identify the location, and from location we can identify the soil type and weather conditions over there. So based on which we can give a right advice. And this can be downloaded freely from the Google Play Store, and it can be used. It's an Android application. So this is developed partly from CSA's team, and we also had a lot of volunteers who helped us to build this one. Similarly, we are now developing an application called FPO Hub for connecting farmers directly to the market. So there is another application which is built. Similarly, there is an application called Gramin Academy, which has courses on various organic farming practices and marketing, value addition, and all those kind of things. So the idea is, I'm an agriculture scientist, so I could bring in my expertise to make change possible. Similarly, if you have a skill, if you can donate your skill, say in a year, 5 days a year, 2 days a month kind of time, whatever expertise you have, say you may be a good chartered accountant, you may be a good business planner, you may be a good foodie who can support with recipes. Whatever skill you can give, we can actually use all that skills pooled together and help farmers cooperatives to build. I think that's what we are trying to do. Say, for example, we have a program to support youth in villages on educational counseling. So what is the, say, at when they're coming to 10th, when they're doing their intermediate, what path they choose, and then how they can prepare for better studies. And if they want to come back to agriculture, what do they learn? And what are the opportunities available? That kind of counseling. So there we have volunteers who are doing that. Likewise, in various skills. Today, rural India is suffering because there is no skill set available. So if you can get back to villages with such skill set, it will be very helpful, and the cooperatives will be a good platform. So we already have access to the villages. So we can pool all these resources together and then support villages. That's the whole idea.
That's amazing. So anybody can contribute any of their skills.
Yes.
And Brahmin
Yes,
Academy
anytime.
has online courses as well.
Yes.
Okay, so if I want to register, say, for a course from Brahmin Academy, doing it online, I can do it.
Graminacademy.in. Yeah, you can.
Okay, that's amazing. This video will go on YouTube. I'll share up, all the links and everything. I'll ask Dr. Ramajaneyulu to share the link. I will share it in the emails with all of you. So that's really nice. Is there any place that you see of because I am a data analyst and I wanted to know, do you see any space for data science to work with nature?
It will be very useful. It will be very, very useful. Say we have data of few thousand farmers. So if you can help in terms of analyzing the data and then coming up with better understanding, say soil organic carbon improvements and versus practices, if we can look at. There could be many other factors which we can look at. Data analysis, if you can, I can talk to you personally and then probably take your help in terms of building that part.
Yeah, I will be very, very much willing to help because that would help me also connect to farming practices. I have a lot of interest in learning for sure.
Yeah, sure.
We'll be able to help on a volunteer basis or something for a few hours.
Sure.
that'll be really great.
Sure.
And so that is pretty much my questions that I had for you, except the last one is that if anybody who would listen to this recording on YouTube and they are farmers or they're farmers here right now on the call, or if anybody wants to connect with you and they want to seek help from your NGO, how is your NGO helping farmers? What are the helplines? How can they reach? What is the help available for the farmers from your side?
We regularly do training programs for farmers. We have an academy coming up, which we are going to launch in August near Vijayawada. And we have training centers across. So in North India also, we do training programs. So people who are interested to learn more about organic farming or farmers cooperatives, food processing, marketing, etc., we can certainly help. And this is a call center which we have. 8500983300 is our call center number. I already given in the chat box, and I'll send it to you. Gauri, you can share with others. So anyone can call this number anytime or send a message. Or on our website, you have all the details. So we can do training programs. There are publications available on our website. And there are a lot of videos which are there on our YouTube channel, and we do regularly training programs. So all these are possible.
Okay, awesome. So that's great. There is a lot of help for farmers here, and I'm sure anybody listening would have definitely known that organic is the way to go, and people are really putting in the efforts on that side. So I'm very grateful for you to be here on this platform, Dr. Ramajaneyulu, and answer all my questions today regarding organic farming and where the challenges are in helping farmers, and we will get there. So that's really good. Thank you so much for coming and helping answer so many of my questions. I'm pretty ignorant, but I'm definitely willing to learn. And I'm very happy that I gained information, and I'm going to look at it again and get in touch with you also on how to
Yes.
use my data science skills to be of any service to your cause. That would be great. So thank you so much. And I will replace the spotlight to Dr. Rajput because he has a presentation as well at the end on soil health. So I will ask him some of my questions and we'll move on to his presentation. Before we move on to your presentation, Dr. Rajput, if you would want to give me the same answer that, answer to the same question that I had for Dr. Ramajaneyulu is, where do you see that as a doctor, because you would know more about the fact how food connects to health and why these nutrient profiles of food are omega-3 to omega-6 ratio, having a more biodiverse plate, having rainbow on your plate, having, having pasture-raised options when it comes to animal products. Why are all these important in terms of nutrient profile? Do you feel that such educational awareness programs can actually help reshape the agriculture system as well if we give this to consumers?
Yeah, definitely. I actually have a talk on this. This is called as food as medicine. Okay, it's a very interesting concept where when you have a right kind of nutrition, okay, going into your system and processed by a proper set of gut microbiome, it can actually free you from any kind of disease. So there have been now epidemiological studies which have been done in certain subset of patients where given food which was grown in a particular kind of soil, they have had a significant impact on the health of these study subjects. So definitely there is a very predominant role of the nutrient density of food, and how soil plays a very interesting uh, uh, basically it's the function of the soil to produce nutrient dense food, and it's very important for every one of us to know that where your food is coming from. So this concept which we have used in marketing our farm is how we have a complete traceability of the food which is coming on your plate. So that is very important, and it all depends. The nutrition of your food actually depends on the nutrition of your soil. The more diverse is your soil, more ecologically diverse is your soil, more nutrient density is going to be in your food, because now it has been very well established that there are certain signatures of your food which or signatures in your food which is coming from a particular soil type. So we will discuss this maybe in some other lecture, where we can show you how food can act as medicine, and how medicines can be completely gone away if you eat right kind of food grown in a particular soil.
Awesome. I think this is a topic for our next lecture with you, probably, or for a coming up webinar in future on nutrient density, because it is coming from a doctor, and it means a lot to people when they hear a doctor speak about food as medicine and promote organic for health. Because doctors, like Dr. Ramajaneyulu said, hospitals go organic, and that's going to just reshape the entire paradigm of health. Like we'll be a lot.
I don't know any hospital in the world which actually is gone organic. So
But
it's difficult.
doctors understanding that concept and doctors
Yes,
promoting
yes, yeah.
it
Yeah,
can make
So
that
yeah,
change.
we have been actually discussing this with a lot of basically. I have a MSc program in my institute for renal dietetics, where a few of my students, they do some work, and I have been convincing them to study on the nutrient density of certain foods which I have produced. So luckily, we have a nephrologist in the US who does a lot of work on organically grown chickpeas and how they influence your gut microbiome. And they have shown to retard a lot of diseases just uh, due to the basically how that food was grown, the complete history. Once you change the soil profile, your nutrient density as well as the medicinal property of that food completely changes. And this was a very elegant study done, which showed that organically grown chickpeas significantly retard progression of chronic kidney disease. So this is very interesting. It's all emerging. A lot of these have been studied, especially in soils which are fungally dominant, because fungal dominant soils uh, produce a lot of antibiosis. This is a very interesting phenomena. Also, they produce a lot of enzymes, they produce a lot of hormones, they produce a lot of these immunomodulators, and which have specific effects on the human health, especially in terms of cancer prevention, and they may act as vaccines for and especially for many autoimmune diseases. So it is this kind of soil which actually I am working on, and I am seeing benefits, especially when I'm going the fungal way.
This is amazing because this makes me laugh, because we say vaccines sort of make us more susceptible to, diseases, because our gut microbiome gets heavily impacted with the antibiotic use in our childhood and the vaccines, but we
See,
are
if you
coming up with natural ways of
see, if
dealing.
you see all the antibiotics, no, maybe penicillins and all this, they actually are fungi which are from the soil. Many of our immunosuppressants in transplantation, many of the anti-cancer drugs, they're actually a product of these fungal pathogens. They are basically biological products. They are very few of them are chemically produced. Very few antibiotics at least. So if you see the fungi, uh, the actually this is a topic in itself, how the fungi was able to shape the universe in these years, and how fungi has been very important in the evolution of the human and the plant kingdom. Uh, One particular fungi, especially the mycorrhizal fungi, it's actually a very mysterious fungi, and it plays a significant role in the plant health. And it is the plant health which actually influences the human health. The more healthier the plant, more healthier the soil, more healthier would be the humans and the animals who feed on this. And this is basically a complete circle. And this is extensively investigated. I can actually come up with a lot of literature regarding the impact of these soil fungi on and its impact on human health. So there are certain lymphomas which can be cured with just food amendments, especially if grown in a particular kind of soils. There have been even nuclear radiation, especially when they had to clear off the nuclear waste from the Chernobyl plant. They actually used fungi, and fungi were able to completely cure or remove the nuclear waste which was scattered. So there is an amazing world of fungi, and it is the soil fungi which actually helps in the uh, good plant health. But what happens in conventional agriculture is using tillage, using your chemicals and fertilizers, especially the phosphatic fertilizers. It's a big disruption to the fungi in the soil. And what Sir said is particularly true, that because our fungal density in the soil is going down, okay, that is the major reason for the significant reduction in the nutritive value of your food. It is predominantly the fungi which are responsible not only for the mineral nutrition, but a lot of other nutrition which the plants get in form of peptides and hormones and enzymes, which are actually produced by the plant fungi. So it is becoming very interesting nowadays, because the more we read, the more I become curious, and more I'm able to link the science of the soil to the science of what the humans and the other animals, especially the higher ones in your food chain, are developing, especially with the deprivation of fungi.
Do you have any course on the soil fungi, microorganisms, how they are contributing to soil health that people can learn about more?
Basically, actually, I do a lot of these small experiments in my farm, and I can basically show you in my presentation on how
Yeah.
we are able to get Aspergillus niger. We have got certain trichoderma species. It's very interesting that if you look at trichoderma, it produces almost 70 to 80 different chemicals which are important for the function of the plant immune system. These are the peptides, and it has been now very well studied that plant roots are able to absorb peptides and certain hormones produced by the fungi in the soil up to 16 amino acid level. So peptides, and it's not tripeptides, it's much more higher molecular weight peptides which the plant are able to absorb, and then it can put these signatures uh, into your food, which can actually influence not only your gut microbiome but the entire immune system of humans and animals.
You said you're also using fish emulsions, right? As
Yeah.
pesticides like
Yeah. So
pestipellets.
basically, yeah. So basically, why we use fish emulsion is fish emulsion is a fungal food. Okay, so if you want to increase the fungi in the soil, you need to have a high carbon source, and you need to have a protein source. So what we use as uh, a fungal food. If you want to grow fungi in the food, you need to have organic matter, and you need to have proteins where you will have a lot of these proteases which will be active in the soil, and they would be the major degrader of the organic matter. So if you want to increase the fungal colony, okay, you need to have a good protein source. If you want to increase the bacterial colony in the soil, you need to have a carbohydrate source. So we have done a lot of work on this and how to produce fungal dominant soil. We use a lot of these fungal products which help us to, especially trichoderma species, aspergillus, penicillinaceae, uh, and some of uh, degraders, mainly the yeast in the EM, which plays a very, very important role in degradation of organic matter, improving the fungal quality of the soil. And once you have a very fungal dominant soil, you produce an extremely nutrient dense food. You will actually, if you taste food which is produced from my farm, I'll tell you, and I can assure you that you, in your lifetime, you have not tasted something like this. So this is the power of the fungi.
That's amazing. Do you see that with the power of fungi, we can also reshape some of the animal feeds that we have today in the system, like fish?
I'll basically I'll show you some small video which we have, where we have integrated our animals in our farm, and once they are feeding on a fungal dominant soil, there is a tremendous health impact on these animals. And yeah, so this is because of the enzymes and the food which these grasses are getting. And fungi has a very important this, it can actually produce lot of huge amounts of organic acids, which can not only cause humification of soil and demineralization of the soil, but it can be very, very important source of major nutrients which you have never heard about, like nickel and chromium, and effect of cadmium on the human health, and how these fungi actually play an important role in getting all these 43 nutrients, which are trace and yeah, basically trace minerals which comes from the soil profile, and how they affect these trace minerals affect the DNA disruption in humans. What is happening today is, because of this pesticides and fungicides, you have a significant reduction in the fungi, and you have absence of these proteins in your food. And because of the absence of these proteins in your food, your DNA gets disrupted because of the change in the gut microbiome. And it's the deficiency of these trace nutrients which is coming from the fungi, which actually prevents DNA damage and formation of cancers. future is that you will have to get these trace elements, and just replacing these trace elements which comes as a product of fungal digestion, or what we call as geochemical nutrient cycling, which happens in the soil through fungi. You are able to get these nutrients which prevents the damage to DNA, and further it leads to prevention of lot of cancers which have been investigated. So you can go through certain very good webinars from the Stanford, where they have worked on a lot of these soil microbiome, and they have found the epigenetic signatures of these microbiomes on and they have these signatures from the soil, and they have correlated with certain peculiar cancers which have been prevalent all these years. Yeah.
That's amazing. I think this will be a topic for our next webinar with you to discuss more about the fungi-based soil system and this whole nutritional signature program that you're speaking about. It would be very, very interesting to actually go in more detail. And you have a presentation also now. But one question before we go on to your presentation. You have incorporated a whole biodiversity on your farm with plants, fungi, microbes, and animals on your farm. Have you seen any significant reduction in, say, methane emissions on your farm with the animals that are feeding on a more biodiverse land, and they're not giving the same like monoculture-based agriculture feed?
See, there is no way by which we can check methane emissions in our farm, because we don't have that technology yet in our country. But what I can tell you for sure is my animals who are feeding on different species of grasses, they are much more healthier. Their the offsprings are much more healthier, and we can see the difference. You can just look into the eye of the cow, and you can see the happiness which they carry. It is an amazing feeling. So really what you need to do is just maybe I can share what best we can, and hope you will like that, because these are small simple practices which every farmer can do that, and they can completely change the way they are farming these days. Yeah.
Yeah, I will ask you to proceed with your presentation so that we can go ahead. I think there's one question that I would have for Dr. Ramajaneyulu at the end, because it just came to my mind. So we'll go ahead with your presentation, and we'll definitely look forward to more learning more about the incredible fungi.
Yeah, I'll just start. So basically, I am a nephrologist, and I'm a practicing nephrologist in the city of Mumbai, and basically into transplantation. So my work is revolving on the immunology of transplants. So what? Just a minute, I'll just get rid of this. What I'll do is I'll take you through the brief background. I'm basically, most of my time goes into the operating room, and I got inspired into agriculture uh, because of my father, who was a very good farmer, who was farming sustainably without much use of chemicals and fertilizers. And he actually taught me how to actually farm. We lost him in 2016, and that's how I came into agriculture. And my guru, Dr. K.V. Patil, helped me during my first year, because I had inherited the land, and we were cultivating banana. That Jalgaon district is the banana bowl of the country, and we were able to produce residue-free, but it was very chemically intensive. And he taught me how to go about making changes. What we could do during this time is I came across a huge number of patients with chronic kidney disease, not only in my district, in the surrounding villages which we had, which were growing cotton, and it was also in the districts adjoining us. And this was a film which we made, and actually it is on our YouTube channel of our NGO, which is Narmada Kidney Foundation. It's called as CKD Ghat. Ghat means that somebody has it's basically you have been deceived, and we could immediately come to know that this is because of the rampant use of chemical fertilizers, and because of the high nitrate content in the sap. They were getting more and more pest attacks, and then you were using different chemicals to take care of the pest attacks. So you went into the cycle of chemical fertilizers, weak plants, pest. Then you were using chemicals. You had environmental destruction, and eventually you had death of your soil. And it was this. I could quickly find out that this is the core of the issue, because this was all these patients were coming in from places where there were extensive amount of chemical use, and or it was unbelievable amounts of chemical use. So why I switched from this is definitely the whatever I was producing that time, I could easily come to know that this was the input cost of the conventional agriculture was too much. The profitability of, so I decided that in 2019, I went back, I started relearning things, and the day I decided to completely give up chemical farming from that day. So I went through certain books which my sir recommended, but which made a significant impact on me was this David Montgomery's book, which was Growing the Revolution, which was about certain American farmers which took up the regenerative organic way. This inspired me, and I came back, and that was a time when we planned the whole farm. So this was my farm. It was bare, it was naked, it was completely, basically, it was uh, what we call as a degraded soil, and this was a challenge for me. So this was in December of 2019. By February, we started our plantations. He is my friend. He is an agronomist with Jain Irrigation Systems Limited, and he helped me in getting this perennial horticulture plantations. Soon we realized that we have to make sure that our soils are not bare anymore, and we need more and more organic matter. This was a time when we looked at our soil organic carbon, and it was 0.2. These were severely degraded soils. And then came our set of practices, which we decided that this, if we continue like this, we are going to degrade our soil further, and then we just decided to go the way and focus on our soil. So this was the beginning. The lockdown happened, and we were free, not literally, but we were then started focusing on our soils. So when we look at the areas of soil management, I just ignored the three: the physical, chemical, and the geological aspects of the soil. But since that book which I had read, we focused on the biological aspects of the soil, and it is the biology actually which decides the every thing. So we started working on our soil, and soon Yeah, and soon we could figure out what was the problems with our soil, and this did not take us much long. And this was a very beautiful picture which I came across. And what it told me was the greatest geological force on Earth is life itself, and this convinced me that it is the life which is the major building blocks of the earth. And we started doing work on how to optimize photosynthesis. So it is the plant which has a unique ability of doing photosynthesis, and it is the process of photosynthesis which fixes the atmospheric carbon into the soil. So this is the most important aspect, not only to improve soil fertility, it's also very, very important to fix the climate issue. So it is the photosynthesizing plant which actually helps to fix huge amounts of carbon into the soil. So it was the photosynthesis which we figured on, and just optimizing photosynthesis, which is a very simple process of converting the geochemical or the electrochemical energy of sunlight using water and carbon dioxide and producing sugars and oxygen, which is the major factor which improves your soil organic carbon. So improving photosynthesis was the key. So I started understanding what the whole process of photosynthesis is, and we in the initial we actually prepared these materials from various botanical sources, increasing the magnesium, nitrogen, the iron, manganese, and phosphorus. Magnesium was a key important element in chlorophyll synthesis, and nitrogen, because each magnesium in the chloroplast has 4 nitrogen attached to it. Iron is very important and very critical in the photosynthesis because it is helping the electron transfer. Manganese plays a very important part in water hydrolysis and phosphorus and ATP synthesis. Any deficiency of these minerals leads to a significant impact on the photosynthetic capacity of the plant. And if the plant is not doing photosynthesis to its capacity, the amount of organic carbon going into the soil is significantly less. So when your plant is at 20% of the photosynthetic capacity, 70% of your carbon still stays above the ground and about 30% goes into the ground. So when you are able to optimize photosynthesis to 60% by just taking care of the uh, certain nutrients at its critical point, what you're going to do is you're going to increase your uh, sugar production to about more than 200%. And in this scenario, 50% of your carbon stays above the ground and 50% goes below. So huge amount of carbon goes into the soil for producing the root biomass and the root exudates, which are actually going to feed your microbes. So it is the root exudates, and now we are completely aware of which are the root exudates, especially trihexulose, which is produced to feed the bacteria, and it's the gromelin which feeds the fungi. Gromelin is basically uh, a protein-based food supplement, which is actually helping to improve the fungi. So this is actually a picture of the roots leaking exudates. So this is not called as a liquid sun because it has all the chemical or what is known as the electrochemical energy, which are known to feed the microbes. So what we started is we started a concept of a living root where we had our soil covered all the times, and there was lesser and lesser amount of carbon dioxide moving into the air and more CO2 because we had more of the plant biomass on the surface of the soil, which was fixing carbon into the soil. So this is what a small video I would like to show you. What happened is there was a tremendous change. So our weeds, this was a no-till system which we developed, and we integrated livestock in this no-till system. And we had a diversity coming in from different plants. So um, what happens is our weeds got replaced with grasses, and this was an indicator that there was a significant change in the soil pH, and there was a complete change in the pattern of weeds which and the grasses which came up, and these were the grasses which are found very close to a forest which we have. So this was the beginning where we started covering the soils with high carbon organic, high carbon to nitrogen ratio much. And this you can see that each plant which we grew had about 150 to 200 kilograms of organic mulch. And what this did was this carbon was in form of sugar. It went to the soil organic. It fed the soil food web. It produced humic acids and various form of acids in the soil microbial profile, and it increased the organic carbon. So this is our farm which we started, and this was basically a sitafal plantation, which where we have multiple crops in this sitafal plantation, and this was used the the photosynthesis was used to improve the organic carbon. And to our surprise, within uh, a few months, what we could find is we could improve the. So this is you can see this. The amount of biomass generated for a sitafal plantation was about 50 metric tons per acre, and about 200 metric tons per acre of high carbon material was produced, and this was produced about 3 to 4 times in the soil. We used a technique of syntropic agroforestry by Nust Guj, where we put this high carbon organic matter into a primary plot, and we could see a tremendous crop response. So this was a sitafal plant, which was a it was a non-grafted seedling plant, and we could put a huge amount of carbon within the soil. So this I will share what happened to the organic carbon to this. So this was another plantation where we used cover crops, and we terminated cover crops, and we used a high carbon mulch, which was used to produce increased fungal biomass, and we used as I told, as a mainly a protein source, a fish emulsion, to improve the fungal content of this soil. So what were the benefits of cover crop? We had a tremendous amount of diversity coming back. We had compaction issues which were solved, aeration issues which were solved. There was a it rained about 110 millimeters in an hour, and there was not a single drop of water which left the farm, and this also helped in prevent erosion of the soil. So this is a forest or basically it's a sweet orange plantation where we have a complete green cover over the soil, and this helps to put in carbon, huge amount of carbon back into the soil. So this is we started to develop our own cover crops, this we called as a seeds of hope, where we use multiple species of cover crop, which includes legumes, hemp, certain uh, biomass producing plants like sorghum, Sudan grass, and this helps in especially the root system helps in multiple ways by which you actually develop a very robust fungal dominant soil. So this is using tools where you are able to add about 5 tons of organic matter of almost every 2 or 3 months, and this helps to significantly improve the organic carbon. So this is our very recent banana plantation, which is completely free of chemicals, and the plantation is just based on the um, biomass which was left into the soil. So what this organic matter does is it feeds our fungi, mainly the saprophytic fungi and the mycorrhizal fungi. The living root, if you have, it feeds the mycorrhizal fungi. So it's very, very important to have living roots very close to your primary plant. And you have a bacteria. It's the dominance which will decide which type of and the cropping pattern which will decide what type of the soil. But since we were more into the perennial horticulture, we decided to have more of a fungal dominant soil. So it is not the fungi or bacteria, it is the presence of the other members of the soil food web, mainly the nematodes, which are the fungal feeding nematodes, the root feeding nematodes, and the predatory nematodes, and the protozoa, which actually leads to the nutrient releasing work, which the plants actually take. The plant available form of nutrients does not come actually from the fungi or bacteria. Very small amount of this comes from the fungi or bacteria, but majorly the plant available nutrients comes from nematodes and the protozoa, mainly flagellates and amoeba, which are there in the soil, which are consumed by the microarthropods. So how you improve the biological activity of the soil? First is to having a living root. Living root feeds the microbes through root exudates. So you have more and more, you have the soil which is always covered with a living root. It helps to fix huge amounts of carbon into the soil. It helps in the new geochemical nutrient cycling. It improves your water cycling. It improves soil fertility and fixes carbon. So it is one of the ways by which we can overcome climate change. So this is our sweet orange farm, where we have a complete living root over the plant, and huge amounts of carbon is fixed. To improve the biological activity, we started producing the fungal dominant compost. So this is through high carbon material, and we feed this saprophytic fungi with a high protein source, and this leads to, or you can see this hyphae over this compost which we do in the soil. We use a lot of slurries like Jivamrutam and compost teas, where these help to significantly increase the number of microbes in the soil, mainly the soil microbes, the fungi, which are the indigenous microorganisms, and certain methods of Korean natural farming, which we have. So we produce a lot of biocultures. Nitrogen is actually free for us. Okay, what we need is a nitrogen fixing bacteria, which is Acetobacterium azosperillum. We use these microbial cultures because every acre of soil or every acre of earth has about 21,000 tons of nitrogen, which is free, and they can be fixed by these microbes into the soil, and you don't need to apply any form of nitrogenous fertilizers. Uh, potassium and phosphorus, they're also free because they are in your mineral profiles, and you need to have right sets of organisms. So we actually developed these cultures of microbes, different microbes, and we use these microbial cultures to remove, or what we call as demineralize the soil and make the plants or we improve the soil food web. So it's the rhizosphere of the plant. Whatever living root you have, it's a biological bazaar where you are going to exchange nutrients from the soil mineral profile. with metabolites and exudates which the plant produces. And it is this symbiotic relationship between the microbes in the soil and the plant roots which helps to grow the plant in a very, very robust way. So what we could feel is, you can see this high mulch, and we can see this black fungi. This is Aspergillus niger. So Aspergillus niger is a saprophytic fungi. It's extremely important in phosphorus cycling and other nutrient cycling. It can cycle about 60 to 80 different nutrients into the soil. So what could we see from changing the soil profile is our ladybird beetles came back, our bees came back, and we had a significant improvement in the population of the earthworms. And as we all know that earthworms play an important role, especially uh, the earthworm castings. They have a particular bacteria which is very, very important for the plant, especially in the rhizosphere, which can endocytose in the root hairs, and they can significantly improve the. So when you have healthy plants, your weeds become unhealthy. So these were the parameters of plant health. And once our plants became healthy, it started growing a lot of food, which was nutrient dense food. So regenerative practices is what we follow. We have no-till system. We keep the soils covered. We add diversity to the soils, living roots because of the lateral and the deep percolation of water, and integrating livestock with cover crops. To our surprise, what we could find in the last 3 years, our soil organic carbon gradually from zero point 0.2 came up to 4 and 5, and last few weeks when we tested it, it was 9%. So this is a power of what we called as the sun, okay, along with the carbon which is there in the air, and the geochemical cycling which happens in the earth, okay, which fixes the carbon into the soil. And you have to make sure that whatever biomass you produce, it has to undergo the geochemical nutrient cycling. And if you do that, you are able to produce a significant increase in the organic carbon. And once you have increase in the organic carbon, what you're going to get is a huge increase in the productivity. Not only the productivity, the nutrient density also significantly increases. And we could actually do studies on many of our crops which we produce, and they were found to be significantly nutrient dense than the there is this very interesting work which is on soil, the foundation of nutrition. This is actually a topic in itself. And if you are able to do these basic practices, that means which you are able to increasing the organic matter, if you increase the living root, if you're ensuring a crop rotation, if you reduce erosion, if you keep your soil covered, minimize tillage, what you're going to get is you're going to produce a significant increase in the availability of the soil micro and micronutrients which will go into the food. And if you consume these food, it plays a significant improvement, especially certain nutrients which are known and certain unknown, especially in terms of the DNA repair, and it helps in your immune function, especially and regulation of certain uh, uh, nerve and brain cells, and there are so many endocrine functions which are still getting exposed. So what we do is we share knowledge. So this is the group of people whom we had trained. So they work, there are 50 people who work with about 20,000 farmers. And we help farmers to produce these amendments for the soil. We help the government also to work with us. We work with the different kinds of farmers. We organize webinars we teach people on how soil health impacts. Uh, what we are doing in our farm is also doing a lot of agroecology work. So where we are planting trees so that more and more challenges of climate change, we can take care of it, and by educating farmers regarding this. So this is a public participation which we studied, which is started in remembrance of my dad, and we in the year 2022 we donated about a lakh plants to farmers, where they could increase the uh, agroforestry into their farms and reduce the carbon footprint of the planet. So this was the work which we did in the last 3 years, and two important quotes which I would like to share is: the soil of the nation depends on the health. The health of the nation actually depends on the soil of our health of our soils, and we owe this to our future generations to get this right. The nation that destroys the soil destroys itself. And I'm very happy that I could share some of my thoughts and some of my practices which we do in our farm. And this obviously will help many farmers, especially who are into this farming thing, and this can significantly reduce the amount of inputs in the farm. And once you have a fungal dominant soil which is having an organic carbon of about 9, your farm becomes like a forest where you will not have to, you can actually get away with any form of inputs ever, and you can get productivity almost 2 to 3 times. And this is, I think, the more or the more sustainable way which we can farm, and which can we can also help to significantly combat climate change by putting more and more carbon into the soil by growing plants and making or not tilling the soil, and making sure that the carbon stays in the soil. The most destructive or disruptive activity which is there today is the tillage, and it is because of the tillage you have more and more carbon which goes out of the soil, and this is followed by use of chemicals and fertilizers, which also disrupts the ecology, and helps it causes a lot of issues of climate change.
That's amazing. I was just thrilled to take a look at your farm. It's so amazing. The whole agroforestry model is just, it looks nice. Like it looks, it's not just looking like you're tackling climate change, but I mean, this is how our earth, our mother earth should look like, it should look like it's breathing. And that's how your farm looks like. It looks full of life. It's amazing. And uh, it's really nice that how you got a mentor in this field, because you spoke about your Guruji and how you were able to, because you came from a very different field of being a doctor and nephrologist. And same
I
like me,
continue
because
to do that. But yeah.
and same like me, I'm coming from a science field, and I have no idea about agriculture. I'm learning now, and I've gained interest and definitely want to start gardens, community gardens. We did community gardening effort with Dr. Ramajaneyulu, the association. They taught us, and we did it with the kids in our building. I have a lot of interest myself, but how important do you see uh, the role of a mentor in your life when you were, taking this project up in your life?
See, this has happened in the 3 years, and it was all help from Dr. Patil, who is actually working with Jain Irrigation Systems Limited, and he was very instrumental in helping me to get things done. And this is all based on our ancient learnings, and they were actually basis. They were actually the basis for our crops grown, some says about 300, 400 years back. So we actually have to go back and relook at things and do things the way it is done in the nature, and I think the nature will take care of it if you give it whatever best you can.
That's true. If we don't try to mess with it with our own intelligence, I think nature knows how to take care of itself for sure. How far do you see this project of like, this is something very new to me as well, and I've been learning from organic associations, the activism in the Western countries in the organic side about agroforestry. Transitioning things to agroforestry system can really impact and combat climate change. Do you see Maharashtra, where you are based and where you are helping farmers? I heard in Maharashtra and Gujarat. Do you see the system expand the entire two states and make
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we are on that path. It's basically a mindset issue as of now, but definitely there is a change which is happening.
Do you see this thing, agroforestry system also get embedded into
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
producing rice as paddy as well together,
I
having
think,
some cover cropping or anything that is possible
yeah,
with
yeah. So
rice?
basically what, yeah, it is possible. It is, nothing is impossible. You just need to uh, do some good
Research.
trials and, yeah, and good research. And I think we have very able scientists like Sir on the panel who will help these farmers, to go to no-till rice plantations, use of less water in rice through drip irrigation, and you can actually come up. I actually have no idea of or no knowledge of agriculture. I have no formal education in agriculture, but what I can understand is the basic science behind it. And I've just tried to take this and help farmers to understand the science behind uh, the soil. And once they're able to get that, I think many people have started benefited, especially in our banana community, because banana is a very, very chemical intensive crop. And if you see Jalgaon district, we have about 58,000 hectares of banana, which is huge, and we need to cut down the chemical inputs in banana. So it is more of for nutrition. The pesticide use in banana is very, very less. Herbicide use is negligible. But even then, we need to significantly cut down, at least on the nitrogen part, so that and the phosphorus part, because these two things are easily manageable when you put a certain set of practices into place.
The soil by bacteria that can convert them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can
But-
actually solve that problem.
That's amazing. So like even these input intensive crops like banana, like, fruits like banana and rice, we can try to manage it with a good system. We have that
Absolutely.
ability.
Yeah, yeah. I think for rice, what you need is a very bacterially dominant soil. And if you're able to change certain practices in rice cultivation, I don't think we can actually produce rice in a more sustainable way with significant increasing yields and the nutrient density as well. So you need to have the right cover crops. You need to have
Cover crops.
especially, yeah, right cover crops. You need to have right equipment to go into no-till rice farming and use of technology, especially for the climate. We do a lot of work on assessment of climate using a lot of IoT devices in our farm.
That's nice. That's where I was wondering, like, how are we looking at the
We
climate
use,
change impact?
Yeah, so we use technology. We use a lot of satellite imagery in the farm. Yeah, which records our NDVI index and the CO2, as well as the chlorophyll content, and the IoT gives us a lot of information on the evapotranspiration, the vapor pressure deficit, and all the other soil parameters, which helps in reducing the water usage. So we are not overwatering plants. We are using the soil moisture sensors to give us a precision uh, uh, or the exact amount of water which is needed. So we always have water which is given in a very, very particular way. And we have charts based on the water requirements, and based on that and the moisture sensor data, we use the watering. So we are able to reduce the watering by about 70%. We are able to completely give up chemical nutrients by 100%. No chemical pesticides as well. We are able to use a very, very small increase in the use of biological inputs. And now we are actually manufacturing all these biological inputs ourselves. So we have actually done away with many of the inputs. The only thing what we have yet to do is improve mechanization, reducing the labor cost. What certainly has happened in the farm is we have increased the profitability in the farm. So what matters is the profitability. If you're able to increase the profitability, if you're doing practices which are environmentally friendly and they are sustainable, I think then agriculture becomes a very, very interesting field, because then it's the best way where we can heal the world, especially when we are into epidemics, and we are into these
Droughts and
major issues of lifestyle diseases and problems of climate change. So I think a regenerative agriculture with a good know-how and a good support from I got it from my teacher, and it helped me a lot to set these practices. And I feel that I should give more and more to this world where we have come in, and we want this world to be a better place and a healthier place rather than anything else.
I think this is what we learn when we start working with Mother Nature, is how to give back when we receive. And I think that's what you learned through your farming, transitioning to your organic farming practices with your mentor. I think that's amazing. That's really nice that entire system can be shifted. And this data points that you're collecting as well from your farms through the IoT, they can also be used in data science project to evaluate the efficiency of organic farms over conventional farming, can they?
Yeah, they can be. So we are now looking at the soil surface temperatures, and we are using this data to help to improve the microbe density, especially in the drought years or especially in the summer months. We have used a lot of these data for reducing the chilling injury in banana, so, using the IoT, and with specific microbial amendments, we have actually helped to improve the basically export in banana when it comes to our methods of farming. Things will change with time, and I think if we do right things at the right time, and we know the right know-how to do this, and we train more and more people, the younger people who can adopt technologies, so it will take them in a big way. So especially in our part, so since I'm not involved in like sir, I'm in a very small place. Whatever best I can do, I try to do. Yeah.
But no, you spoke of a very good thing, which is training part and getting the word out and letting people know so they can connect. So I would like to end with this conversation with you and go back to one last question with Dr. Ramajaneyulu regarding the sorry. So I just wanted to go back to him. Before going back, I wanted you to tell the same thing to our viewers that will watch the show. How can they connect with you in future? I will connect with you for sure because I want to learn how I can use my data science skills to volunteer for you guys and maybe do a small volunteer project to see how these data is showing the efficiency of organic. But if anyone else wants to learn from you and they are wanting to transition their farm into organic practices or they have questions, how can they contact you? Is there a helpline that you offer? You're on mute, Dr. Raj.
Muted.
Basically, see, finding me during my office hours is very difficult because of my work thing. But definitely,
You're on Tracto.
No, I'm not on Tracto.
I saw you on Tracto.
Yeah, but I don't use that app. It's without Practo. It's actually our practice is based on patient-driven work, and we get a lot of patients, which I have to deal with them because then I find a very little time. Especially, I get a lot of time while commuting, so I use this time for my farming work in Mumbai. So you can definitely. I'll just put in my number. You can just. Yeah, you can just send me a message and I'll be very happy to help you. And we can have
Yes.
more and more webinars like this,
Yes, for
which
sure.
can help people. Yeah.
For sure, we can have these. I will definitely organize more informational, educational webinars. I think that is my contribution to the society because I enjoy learning and doing webinars too. So this would be my work for sure as a service. I'll do another science-based incredible Panjai webinar with you to learn more how it can help. And I will, is it okay if I share your phone number in a YouTube description box?
Yes. There's no problem.
Okay, awesome. So before we move on to audience questions, I think I have one question here remaining for Dr. Ramajaneyulu that just popped up in my mind. Dr. Ramajaneyulu, welcome back. I still have one more question that came to my mind while I was talking to, actually two questions. So when I was talking to Dr. Rajput, one is this new system of agroforestry. Do you see it spreading in South India a lot? Like I saw in Tanjavur, especially, there were a lot of trees and bananas with rice plantation. But do you see the transition could be very, very effective to combat climate change? And do you think government will support and encourage agroforestry system in India, where forests are being cut mostly?
Yes, horticulture and agroforestry systems will certainly help. But it also depends on the food habits change because, like I mentioned, large part of our food is still grains. So switching over from grains to tree-based foods is also very important. Probably slowly it may happen, but yeah, it still takes a lot of time towards that. But shift towards agroforestry-based system, it helps in terms of carbon fixation in the trees as well. And since you don't till the soil, the carbon loss would be very minimal. And increasing fungal population in the soil certainly helps in terms of nutrition as well. So I think moving towards agroforestry system helps. And so these multiple cropping models, which are there popularly called as 5-layer models, 7-layer models, that multiple layer models which are coming up will help.
Do you see there any nutrient-dense foods list that comes from an agroforestry model where people can contribute their recipes on, say, a portal that people learn to go in a more biodiverse way with their diets also, that we don't have to depend
Yes.
on rice and wheat all the time?
Yes, yes. I think that's where more nutritionists and then coming up, more chefs coming up with more nutrient, more recipes, more menus of food. I think that helps a lot.
What are the most like food groups that will come out from an agroforestry model that you see that can really give the same nutrient profiles as rice, wheat,
See,
maize?
there are a number of edible oils which can come from trees as well, tree-based oils, and there are also leafy vegetables which can come from uncultivated greens, and which are not there today. For us, leafy vegetable means just spinach and a couple of other things. 2, 3 is what we know today as leafy vegetables, but there could be many more. Similarly, when we talk about fruits, we have only 4 or 5 fruits which are becoming very popular. There are many more fruits which can be grown in Indian context, and then they are more nutrient rich. So we should look at getting all those into our food system, because currently our food system is using say 2, 3 cereals, 2, 3 pulses, 1 or 2 edible oils, 1 or 2 leafy vegetables, 3, 4 vegetables. That's it. I think 95% of all our foods are filled only with these things. So from there, actually diversifying into food in terms of products will help. So that requires a lot of processing, building new recipes. That helps. Say, for example, potato can be easily be replaced with sweet potato. Likewise, there are many other products. Moringa is one which has a good value in market and which is very rich in nutrients.
Yes,
Like
it
that,
has
there
a
are many
lot
other
more
crops which
calcium.
can be brought. Yes, lot more. Many are there like that. So we can bring back all those things.
And moringa is widely used in South India in your cooking as well
Now,
as
yes,
drumstick.
yes, yeah.
I've also started eating now drumsticks in my dal, and I've heard that it has, if you cook it really properly, it is a very tridoshik food according to Ayurveda. It can fit any
Yes,
person.
any person.
If you can't drink it raw, you can cook it and you can eat it, and it is very beneficial for arthritis and all this. So it's really amazing if we can get the consumers to think to broaden their horizons when it comes to food groups and move to a system. And do you see agroforestry actually can also make livestock practices a more sustainable in terms of rotational grazing with goats or whatever that they have? Like, do you see that agroforestry can make those practices a little more sustainable as well with carbon emissions?
Yeah, in terms of recycling of food, agroforestry and livestock integration will help. Otherwise, today livestock is fed with grain, and you have to dedicate farms to produce grain. So compared to grain-based production, switching over to fodder-based system is always help.
It's always helped. Like Dr. Rajput said, it was the ancient system. And I always think to myself that uh, we always had a forest-based system where even Lord Krishna used to take cows out to a small forest around in Vrindavan. So we have lost the forest. And going back to an agroforestry system can be so powerful. One last question I have for you is aquaculture and fish farming. In India, is there a shift towards sustainable fish farming, or are we still, because the ocean farming is still uh, very much risky to the planet, to the environment, even to the health, from what I'm hearing? So where is the fish farming system currently in India?
There's a lot of inland fisheries which are moving towards sustainable production. I think over last few years, this shift is happening because see, earlier what was happening is the canal waters are all polluted with chemical fertilizers and pesticides. So the tanks and canals are unfit for fish cultivation at all. Now which is the reduction of chemicals in some pockets and some villages, there is a shift towards cultivation of fishes in these inland plots, inland fisheries is growing, and integration of fish into paddy fields also is increasing. So in South India, number of areas, and I've seen it in West Bengal and Odisha also. So paddy fields, since anyway there is a water stagnation, we can also grow fish along with that. So likewise, there is a shift towards that happening now. And I see in the next, say, 4-5 years, there will be a bigger shift happening in aquaculture as well, because there is also restrictions coming in terms of the antibiotic use, chemical use in fish production.
So we do expect
So
to
regulatory
see-
changes. Yes, yes. I certainly feel there will be a change.
That's very impressive, and I do feel there will be a change because there are a lot of brilliant minds that are now emerging in the organic sector that is really pushing
Yeah.
forward for the change. And I hope
Yeah.
that my webinar will also spread more awareness, and people will definitely, it will help in this entire push towards the organic awareness program. For me, that was the only 2 questions that came to my mind that I wanted to ask you. I can let people ask their questions, but one by one. Is it okay for people to start raising their hands, and then I can ask them to unmute themselves, and then they can ask their questions for Dr. Ramajaneyulu or Dr. Rajput. Anyone has a question, please raise your hands. Anyone has a question? Not many people seem to be having a question here. I believe most of you have joined from agriculture universities.
Ma'am, may I ask one question to Dr. Prashant Rajput?
Yes, please. Who is this?
Ma'am, this is Dipali.
Okay, yeah, Dipali.
Yeah. Hello, sir. It was nice presentation. Actually, nowadays, whenever we are going to local markets to buy, say, seasonal fruits, say mangoes, so even a small mango vendor would have a basket of fruits with ethylene powder or say ripener. It's titled as ripener, and the packets are kept. Okay, so is it a right choice to buy such fruits? Because it is most commonly we are getting it, most of the time the fruits are ripened artificially. We don't get like easily the naturally ripened fruits and all. So is it a better
Actually-
idea to skip fruits, or how
No,
we
no.
have?
Actually, ethylene is naturally emitted by plants. Okay.
Okay.
So it is only a physiological way of ripening. So using calcium carbide can be extremely hazardous. The government of India, I think, has banned that, and
Okay.
only ethylene, which is a safe thing, can be used. Normally, plants ripen, the fruits get ripened
Yeah, but
naturally by ethylene gas, which is produced by the plants.
exactly. But
So
for
it actually,
physiological maturity, they don't wait, and we can clearly see the difference. Like the fruits
yes,
are,
yes, yes,
we have
absolutely.
green patches on the fruits, and
Yes,
suddenly
yes. So
we see the yellow.
that is non-uniform ripening.
Yeah, absolutely. So how can we exactly identify such kind of fruits? Which one to buy, which one not to buy? And is it carcinogenic?
No, no, ethylene oxide is not carcinogenic.
No, but calcium
Yeah.
carbide, because they label it like
Calcium,
ethylene, but
yeah, calcium carbide is very dangerous. So
but
it
they
is
don't label it
carcinogenic.
like that. They label it like ripener. So
No, no, no. Calcium carbide is very dangerous. I think the government has banned calcium carbide. It's not used anymore. Especially for bananas, it is not used at all.
okay.
Yeah.
Just to add on, calcium carbide is banned, and what is used today is the ethylene gas or
Yes.
enrite, which is a chemical which releases ethylene directly. So that is not dangerous because the chemical is not sprayed onto the crop, not on the fruit. Only the gas is released.
Yes.
But the problem is fruits are not harvested properly. So
Yeah,
they
don't have
harvest
this
very early.
lack of
That is the
taste.
problem because they harvest very early and they release more gas so that the skin turns yellow.
Yes.
Fruit may not be ripened. Fruit may not be ripened, but the skin will be yellow. They are unhealthy.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So if it is a matured fruit, ripened using ethylene is okay.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Anyone else have a question? Renuka Wala Rapu to everyone. Renuka, do you have a question specifically for the speakers here?
Just a generic question, some future trends in organic farming.
Hi, Renika. The area under organic farming is increasing and it's going to increase. I think certainly it's going to increase. But the question comes up, how small and marginal farmers who have 1 hectare of land will make transit, and also mostly tenant farmers who doesn't have land security for more than a year. So who can move into taking long-term sustainability practices? I think that's some challenge. Otherwise, shift towards sustainable agriculture, shift towards organic and natural farming is happening at the farmers level, and governments are also supporting it. Just to give you numbers, globally, food market is growing at around 10%, and organic food market is growing at 16% per year, compound growth rate. And in India, it is growing at about 28%. So I would see next 4 to 5 years, the global market is going to double. And today, India's share in the international market is about 1%. We may be reaching to about 2 to 3%. So also we are going to double our exports also. And in Indian market, I think nearly 25 to 30% is going to be organic.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Awesome.
So that's a trend.
Dr. Rajput, do you want to answer the same question?
Yeah, I think the way forward is regenerative organic, and it's growing. I don't know the statistics, but definitely it's the way forward.
Do you think the way forward is fungi?
Yeah, it is. I think there's a magnificent world of fungi. It's a completely different topic.
And you feel that it might lead to more research on the soil microbe side and fungi side that will come forth.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Narendra, yes, please go ahead with your question.
Sir, I am very thankful to you and a very nice presentation and very nice webinar. I am Dr. Narendra from Chaudhary Charan Singh Haryana Agriculture University, sir. My discipline is soil science. So I am very thankful to you, and you have energetic and you have nice presentation about the soil microbiology properties, microorganisms, roles, and soil health and soil quality about. I want to ask you one question. If you answer what is mind setup to farmer mind setup go to organic farming, because in our Punjab and Haryana is a big challenges and big problems, because you have already noticed that the paddy wheat rotation is mainly cropping system in our Haryana and Punjab, but in our soil status in Haryana is very low organic carbon status. So we move not that the hybrid varieties. We move only desi varieties, and also Dr. Raman Jit also discussion about the certification process. Is a two process is a NPOP standards and it is a PGS participatory guided systems. So NPOP standard is a very difficult procedure for the farmers. It is very difficult. It is not a easy process. And it is a PGS system is a very easy, but it is not sure that is a organically produced, yeah, not inorganically produced. So I want to ask it, can I speak in Hindi?
Yeah, please.
सर बस सिंपल क्वेश्चन यही है कि हम अपने जो किसान है, किसान भाई है, हम उनकी सेवा में ही है, सेवा में संप्रीत है हमारे जो हम साइंटिस्ट है, तो उनका माइंड सेटअप कैसे करें हम? माइंड सेटअप करना बहुत बड़ा एज ए चैलेंजिंग. वी नो यू हैव ए presentation was very good, very scientific, no doubt. But हम किसान फार्मर को कैसे उनका माइंड सेटअप करना? Because we have big challenges for the farmer and our scientists. Yes, sir. Please.
Yes, sir.
So मैं थोड़ा हमारा एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बताना चाहता हूँ.
कोई नहीं, आप इंग्लिश बोल दीजिए.
जब नहीं ठीक है, मैं तो हिंदी बोल सकता हूँ.
बट यस
नहीं, मैं हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ. आप जैसा नहीं बोल सकते, बट मेरा हिंदी भी उतना खराब तो नहीं है. पिछले 20 साल से हम जो किसान से काम कर रही है भारत में, छत्तीसगढ़ में हो, पंजाब में हो या सिक्किम, बिहार या बाकी राज्यों में, हमको ये लगता है कि किसान को समझाना बहुत आसान है, क्योंकि उनको हम जो प्रॉब्लम बता रहे हैं कि सॉइल में डिप्लीशन हो रही है, न्यूट्रिएंट डिप्लीशन हो रही है या पेस्टिसाइड से प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, हाँ, उसके बारे में उन सबको पता है. बट उनको ये पता नहीं है कि उनसे बाहर कैसे आना है, उनको कैसे आना है. और अगर आने के समय अगर कुछ प्रैक्टिसेस करने के समय अगर प्रॉब्लम हुआ तो कौन उनको सपोर्ट करेगा, कौन मेंटर करेगा. सो वी नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई सच पीपल. So what we did in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana is we run a program as Farmer Field School. We develop community resource persons. So किसान को train करके किसानों को resource persons का use करेंगे. So that's the model we developed in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and now the natural farming mission in government, which is run by Government of India, is using the same model. So
yes, sir.
Use farmer field schools in terms of training the farmers to make the transition.
Sir, मेरा yes sir, जी sir.
हाँ, बताइए.
Sir, you are right, sir. सर मेरा ये मतलब ये था कि 1960 से जब ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन स्टार्ट हुआ था, तब हमने अपनी जनसंख्या को देखते हुए हमने अपना जो केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर्स है, पेस्टिसाइड है, उनको हमने किया. अब हमारी जो सोइल की जो कंडीशन है, डिग्रेडेशन की जो बात कर रहे थे डॉक्टर प्रशांत राजपूत, बिल्कुल सही है, हमारी डिग्रेड हो गई है सोइल्स. अब देखो अब 1960 से 2020 तक मतलब कि 60 इयर्स हमें अपनी जो मृदा है, जो हमारी सोइल है, हमें खराब हो गई. तो कैन वी गो इमीडिएटली टू ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फार्मिंग? इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल.
हो सकता है.
इट इज
इट इज पॉसिबल. इट इज पॉसिबल.
न्यूट्रिएंट अप्रोचेस. हाँ, यस सर.
समझ लीजिए, ऐसा है, एक साल लगेगा, 2 साल लगेगा, 3 साल लगेगा, बट कहीं तो शुरुआत तो करना पड़ेगी ना.
शुरुआत करना पड़ेगा.
अगर आप शुरुआत करना है, आज के दिन अगर देखा तो पिछले साल 2021-22 का फाइनेंशियल ईयर में देखा तो फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया है था. 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया. एंड ये साल वो उससे भी ज्यादा होने वाला है. तो ऐसा अगर हम इतना पैसा अगर फर्टिलाइजर के ऊपर खर्च कर रहे हैं तो आगे जाना बहुत मुश्किल है. और फर्टिलाइजर यूज एफिशिएंसी इज लेस देन 15%. सो बाकी सब कहाँ जा रही है? हवा में जा रही है, पानी में जा रही है, पूरा खराब कर रही है. तो वी नीड टू मेक अ ट्रांसिशन which is inevitable. So when it is a transition is inevitable, we need to make a plan in terms of how do we adapt to it and how do we support it. That's what I feel. And
Yes.
translation is quite possible. It may take 2 to 3 years, but if we
Not
start today, it will happen.
Yes, sir. सर हमें सर
Yeah, 5
टाइम
years.
यस सर हमें टाइम
See,
सर
समझ
लगेगा
लीजिए।
सर अब सर
See,
नो डाउट जी यस सर हमें
नरेंद्र
सर
जी, मैं एक बात बताता हूँ। आप से हरियाणा में ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन शुरुआत हुआ था 1960 में।
60 से हुआ था सर।
कितना साल लगा? 60 में हुआ था। और
हाँ,
कितने
60
साल लगा वो बाकी गांवों तक पहुंचने में? 60 साल की बाद भी बहुत गांव बाहर है ना? ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन से बाहर है। कितने गांव ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन के अंदर नहीं है? तो ऐसा ही होगा। So it takes time, but majority if transition can happen in the next 10 years, I think it will help.
10 years yes सर टाइम लगेगा सर नो डाउट। और जो कंडीशन है हमारी जो भी एज ए सोइल ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन की बात कर लीजिए या किसी की सोइल हेल्थ एंड सोइल क्वालिटी की बात कर लीजिए उसमें टाइम लगेगा सर। तो इसमें क्या है कि जो गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज बहुत अच्छी है हम बिल्कुल ध्यान दे रहे हैं, लेकिन जो इंटरमीडिएटरी जो चीजें हैं वो थोड़ा ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। वो फार्मर तक गांव तक विलेजेस तक नहीं पहुंच पाती। हम बस उन चीजों पे थोड़ा सा अब हाँ अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम वगैरह या कुछ इस तरह से का हम करें तो हम अच्छा अपना कर सकते हैं। बिल्कुल
कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं तो सर
मैंने कुछ फिल्म्स को भी आपको शेयर किया था चैट बॉक्स में। कुछ एनिमेटेड फिल्म्स था पेस्टिसाइड्स के बारे में और ऑल्टरनेटिव्स के बारे में जो बनाया था मराठी।
यस सर actually sir I have a 150 acres in organic farming in 2017 so we have started so that have very positive results from the organic farming. It's a very yes sir so sir we sir very thankful to you sir, congratulations and nice presentation sir. Thank you.
Any other question, Dr. Rajput? I think you have the same question for Dr. Rajput also about soil health. Dr. Narendra Yadav.
I think
yes ma'am. सर तो माइक्रोबायोलॉजी में चले गए सोइल माइक्रोबायोलॉजी में। ये सर एक्चुअली क्या है कि हम ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में जो भी हमें अपने इनपुट्स है लाइक FIM वर्मी कंपोस्ट पोल्ट्री मैन्योर बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स यही हमारे पास क्या है कि लिमिटेड इनपुट है जो फार्मर के पास है। यदि उसके पास ये डेयरी फार्मिंग कंपोनेंट नहीं है तो हम लिमिटेड हमारे पास इनपुट है। और एज ए साइंटिस्ट वी नो दैट that inputs will improve the physical, chemical and biological property of the soils.
अभी तो
that improves property that improve the microorganisms and microbial activity तो so improve the but have a challenge also the climate change.
Yes
yes sir so climate change that is this, what is the procedure as a like mulching to store the organic carbon. So soil organic carbon is a play important role in organic and natural farming sir. Organic when we maintain the soil organic carbons in our present soils in our present then we can do everything. We can do natural farming, we can do organic farming. So first aspect too we maintain our soil organic carbons and what we select the varieties, we select the cropping systems, we select the every vegetables and what is our situation for our in our soils, what is the organic carbon. When we organic carbon is low then we recommend to desi varieties या recommend to low nutritional requirement varieties. So we awareness program to farmers and we do sir in our states in Haryana and Punjab. So sir, you have a good presentations and you have nice presentations. Yes sir.
Sir, तो basically अभी ये soil organic carbon तो बहुत बड़ा issue है, but what I would like is ये बहुत difficult नहीं है, मतलब आप शुरू करने की देर है, आप उसको अगर समझ लिए तो आपको एक्चुअली ऑर्गेनिक या ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में आपको सिर्फ प्लांट बेस्ड इनपुट्स ही डालना है, ठीक है। अगर आप कवर क्रॉप एक चीज आप कवर क्रॉप करेंगे, ठीक है, और जो सॉइल फूड वेब होता है, इट इज ओनली मोर एक्टिव व्हेन यू हैव ऑर्गेनिक मैटर, ओके।
यस सर।
तो आपकी आपकी जमीन में ऑर्गेनिक मैटर बहुत होना चाहिए। आपने कोई
डाइवर्सिफिकेशन
अगर आपने
डाइवर्सिफिकेशन जरूरी है।
अभी अभी जो नया रिसर्च आ रहा है ना, उसमें ये वो बात कर रहे हैं कि आपको एक्सटर्नल इनपुट नहीं डालना है। एक बार आपने वो आपका सॉइल फूड वेब एस्टेब्लिश हो गया तो यू जस्ट कंटिन्यू इट, और आप उसको प्लांट बेस्ड डालो। आप उसमें फार्मेड मैन्योर या पोल्ट्री मैन्योर नहीं डालो, उसमें नाइट्रेट कंटेंट ज़्यादा होता है और उसके वजह से आपको पेस्ट और डिजीज का अटैक ज़्यादा आता है। अगर हम जैसे फॉरेस्ट में होता है कि प्लांट फॉर अ प्लांट, ओके, अगर ये हम कंसेप्ट यूज करें तो इससे आपका फंगस जो होता है, फंगल बेस्ड जो सिस्टम है, ये प्रीडोमिनेंट हो जाता है और आपका प्रोडक्टिविटी कई गुना बढ़ जाएगा।
सर
तो अगर
ट्राइकोडर्मा भी आपने जो बहुत अच्छा बताया आपने ट्राइकोडर्मा के बारे में, हम भी खुद ट्राइकोडर्मा हम अप्लाई करते हैं बिफोर सोइंग, इज ए बेटर रिजल्ट।
यस, तो
लेकिन सर एक बात कहना चाहूंगा मैं,
अगर हम एनिमल बेस्ड मैन्योर यूज करते हैं ना, तो उसमें प्लांट डिसीजेस बढ़ते हैं। तो अभी रिसर्च ऐसा ही है कि आप प्लांट फॉर अ प्लांट, मतलब प्लांट का ही जो जियोकेमिकल न्यूट्रिएंट ब्रेकडाउन होता है, उसी से प्लांट को न्यूट्रिशन मिलता है।
एक सर एज ए साइंटिफिक मैं करना चाहूंगा आपसे क्वेश्चन। आपने एनिमल मैन्योर्स की बात की है, एनिमल मैन्योर्स के अंदर क्या होता है कि हमारे जो जो प्राइमरी न्यूट्रिएंट्स होते हैं एनपीके, वो हाई इन कंटेंट होते हैं। तो
हाँ,
जो
तो उसी के लिए बोलते हैं ना,
हाँ,
जब आपका जब प्राइमरी न्यूट्रिएंट हाई इन कंटेंट होता है, तो ये प्लांट जो प्लांट होता है उसमें न्यूट्रिएंट इम्बैलेंसेस हो जाते हैं, उसकी जो सैप नाइट्रोजन जो सैप नाइट्रेट कंटेंट है वो बढ़ जाता है। तो अगर सैप नाइट्रेट कंटेंट बढ़ेगा तो क्या होता है कि
सर लेकिन ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में हमें,
है।
लेकिन जब हम हाइब्रिड की बात करेंगे, हाइब्रिड वैरायटी की बात करेंगे, जहाँ न्यूट्रिशन रिक्वायरमेंट ज्यादा रहेगी, जहाँ प्लांट को आना इनिशियल स्टेज में ज्यादा न्यूट्रिएंट की रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगी, वहाँ हमें एनिमल मैन्योर की जरूरत रहेगी, लाइक ए
नहीं, अगर आप
पोल्ट्री मैन्योर
हाँ, आप मल्टी
अलोंग विद बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स।
हाँ, तो बेसिकली आप जो डाइवर्स कवर क्रॉप यूज करेंगे, मल्टीपल कवर क्रॉप्स, ओके, 7, 8, 10 स्पीशीज इंटीग्रेट करेंगे, तो आपको हर तरीके की प्लांटेशन में आपकी न्यूट्रिशनल रिक्वायरमेंट फुलफिल हो जाती है। तो प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि फार्मर्स जो है ये कवर क्रॉप नहीं डालते,
कवर क्रॉप नहीं डालते। कवर क्रॉप का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है।
तो कवर क्रॉप नहीं डालने की वजह से उनका ऑर्गेनिक मैटर जो होता है ये बहुत कम होता है।
नहीं, राइट सर, बिल्कुल राइट सर। एक मैं बताता हूँ, आपने पेस्ट डिजीज की बात करी है ना, देखो मैंने ट्रेनिंग लिया है, डॉक्टर शांति कुमार शर्मा है, अभी उदयपुर गया था मैंने, 21 डेज की प्रोग्राम ट्रेनिंग ली थी, और आई हैव आल्सो अंडर द वर्क ऑफ द डॉक्टर हिमांशु पाठक जी, अपने आईसीआर के हैं, 6 मंथ ली थी आईसीआर से एज ए रिसर्च एसोसिएट। तो सर जैसे कि इंसेक्ट पेस्ट की बात हम बात करते हैं ना, एज ए ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल में जाएंगे तो हमें फ्लोरिकल्चर पे भी ज्यादा ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। इंटर कल्चर क्रॉपिंग के साथ साथ फ्लोरिकल्चर बड़ा जरूरी है, क्योंकि हमारे 98% जो हमारे इंसेक्ट पेस्ट है वो बेनिफिशियल है।
तो जो डाइवर्सिटी अगर आप बनाएंगे ना,
डाइवर्सिटी जरूरी है
अगर
सर।
आपके पास डाइवर्सिटी होगा तो हर पेस्ट के लिए आपको नेचुरली उसके 60 उसके ये मिल जाएंगे, शत्रु मिलेंगे,
बिल्कुल राइट सर। तो अब वही है कि हमारी सोइल
तो,
में जो खत्म हो गए हैं मित्र जीव जो हम बोलते हैं,
तो
वो डाइवर्सिफिकेशन से ही हम ला सकते हैं।
तो आपको जो डाइवर्स कवर क्रॉप्स होता है, जब हम अभी मैंने एक वीडियो दिखाया था कि हमने एक डाइवर्स कवर क्रॉप लगाया और उसमें हमारे बीज का जो परसेंटेज है वो ऑलमोस्ट मतलब हर झाड़ पे हमारे पास बीज थे। तो ये बी का परसेंट, और आपने केमिकल यूज बंद कर दिया तो बी ज्यादा जिंदा रहते हैं, और आपने उनको एनवायरनमेंट दे दिया रहने के लिए तो ज्यादा रहेंगे। तो बीज है आपका जिसको वास्प बोलते हैं, प्रेडेटरी वास्प, तो वास्प आपका एफिड्स और जैसिड्स वो सब खा लेता है। तो आपका एक जब शत्रु होता है तो उसके साथ 60 मित्र कीट होता है, वो आपकी फार्मिंग में आ जाता है।
राइट
उससे आपका जो सिस्टम है और रोबस्ट बन जाता है।
राइट सर। तो सर मेरा यही था कि 1960 का मैंने इसलिए एग्जांपल दिया क्योंकि हमने 60 ईयर लग गए अपनी सोयल को उसमें खराब करने के लिए। धीरे धीरे क्योंकि अब सोयल का नेचर हो गया कि हम यूरिया डाल रहे हैं, डीएपी डाल रहे हैं, एमओपी, इंसेक्टिसाइड, पेस्टिसाइड, तो एकदम से यदि हम फार्मर को बोलेंगे तो ड्रास्टिक इफेक्ट आएंगे। वीड आपका कंट्रोल नहीं हो पाएगा, वीडिंग ज्यादा होगी। तो इसलिए स्टार्टिंग के अंदर यही था कि एज ए साइंटिफिक कि आइनम पे ध्यान दे, अपन धीरे धीरे केमिकली वो कम किया जाए, ऑर्गेनिक को बढ़ाया जाए। आपने सही कहा है कि 4-5 साल के अंदर इम्प्रूव होना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, और उसके बाद फिर हम अपना जो अभियान है, जो भी है, जो भी जितनी बीमारियां लगी हुई है, जितनी भी कैंसर लगा लीजिए, या आपका ये डायबिटीज होगी, आपका माइंड का, वो ये सभी अपनी जो सोइल है उस पर इफेक्ट है, क्योंकि इट इज ए चेन सिस्टम, इज ए कंटिन्यूम, सोइल, प्लांट, एनिमल, ह्यूमन एंड एनवायरमेंट कंटिन्यूम। मैं इसको मानता हूँ सोइल इज ए बेस। तो सोइल का ही हमने हेल्थ यदि सही रख कर ली तो हमारा जो चेन सिस्टम है वो बिल्कुल सही हो जाए। बस ये था मेरा खुद का जो सर था। लेकिन सर वेरी नाइस टू मीट यू एंड वेरी नाइस प्रेजेंटेशंस। तो हम तो सर कोशिश कर रहे हैं अपने हरियाणा पंजाब में। आपने सही कहा कि बिल्कुल टाइम कम मिलता है पेडी रोटेशन के अंदर, जिसके कारण किसान मजबूर है उस डायरेक्शन में, उसके बारे में हमें सोचना चाहिए। और जैसे हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, मोटे अनाज की तरफ हमें जाना चाहिए। हमारे यहाँ बहुत हरियाणा के अंदर तो मोटा अनाज बहुत ज्यादा, बाजरा की तरफ तो बहुत जो भूल गए हैं, वो फिर से हम उस पे कर रहे हैं इस साल से पूरा, क्योंकि उसके बहुत ही ज्यादा एडवांटेजेस हैं मोटे अनाज के, क्योंकि जितना आपका अनाज बिल्कुल वो होगा उतनी ही बीमारियां ज्यादा फैलेंगी। तो इसकी तरफ जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि पानी की रिक्वायरमेंट लगा लीजिए या कुछ भी फर्टिलाइजर रिक्वायरमेंट लगा लीजिए, वो मोटे अनाज के में बेनिफिशियल है, एडवांटेज है। बिल्कुल राइट सर, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, वेरी नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन, थैंक यू टू एवरीवन सर।
I have a question. So animal manure is actually bad for soil because of methane emission. And Jeevamrit mein we are using cow urine, right? So like how is that incorporating and enriching our fields?
See, basically urine, no, you should know the properties of urine. The urine contains large quantities of minerals also, mainly the phosphorus and potassium. Okay, and it also contains nitrogenous waste. It has all forms of nitrogen, the ammonical nitrogen as well as urical nitrogen, that is from the uric acid, as well as it has the nitrate nitrogen. Okay. So in terms of feeding the microbes, okay, and feeding the plants, it's the most biological available form of nutrients what you have in the cow urine. So basically, and you have so many other trace elements which are excreted through the kidney. Basically, urine is produced through the kidney. If it is cow urine or human urine or any urine, so definitely it contains large quantities of what we call as nitrogenous waste products. It contains phosphorus, a soluble phosphorus. It contains potassium. Okay, and it contains acid. Okay, so acid in the urine can transform the chemical quality of the soil. It can change the pH. Okay, and it has nutrients which are more readily available. So if you want to see immediate crop response, so you can see it with the cow urine. If you start giving gomutra to plants, or you can spray it, you will see an immediate chemical response in the plants in terms of nutrition. So in many organic this, we use cow urine to produce a lot of biopesticides, especially of the neem, and then there are so many other biopesticides which you can produce through cow urine. And this not only acts as foliar nutrition, as well as it acts as a pest repellent also, especially when it contains sulfur, magnesium, boron, and molybdenum. So when you have, because this is also seen in the cow urine. Okay, and when you spray this, it actually reduces a lot of pest attack, because because it converts the excess of nitrogen into proteins and amino acids. So you don't have any free nitrate available for the sucking pest, and that's how it is beneficial. So urine is not a problem. It is when you over manure with animal cow dung, okay, that leads to a lot of methane.
What about
And
compost that people make out
yeah,
of
yeah,
manure?
compost manure, you have to use it in a very small quantity, especially when you are bringing back diversity to the soil, when you want a particular fungi to grow in the soil. Okay, suppose the crop is requiring a lot of phosphorus, then you know that this particular fungi has to be there, and that's how you allow that fungi to grow in the compost, and then you broadcast the compost. Okay, you don't give large quantity as compost to a particular plant. You use homeopathic doses so that these fungi can grow and produce whatever the function is in the soil, because fungi is living and it will grow when you give it a right environment and the right food source.
That's very, very interesting to learn about animal manure, because I thought that animal manure was actually very good for increasing the soil microbiome.
No, large quantities of animal manure can increase methane emissions. It can actually lead to a lot of overnutrition in the plants. Plants are not, if you if they get overnutrition, what happens is their sap nitrogen content increases, and that increases the pest attack, especially pests which have simple digestive systems, which are dependent on the sap nitrogen for its protein synthesis, especially the sucking pest. So you need to be very careful when you're over applying animal manure.
But you cannot directly apply cow manure, say, onto a farm. You have to make a compost. Like there is a system, right?
You have Jivamrit, where you use this to use the soil microbes, and you put a food source, which is either chana ka atta or kud. Okay, chana atta is to improve the fungal populations, and kud which is basically a sugar source, which you increase the bacterial population, and that's how you get a balanced bacterial to fungal ratio of 1:1 in Jivamrit, which have been practiced since ages as a
In
method
India.
of manuring. Yeah.
Wow.
So
And
it is very scientific.
Yes, sir. Sir, I want to ask you one question. If you get the Ganjiva Jiva Amrit, so we use the desi cow. It is more beneficial because it Ganjiva Jiva Amrit is the main important role is bacterial count. If the bacterial count is increased, the microbial population increase, the decomposition of organic matter also increase, and the uptake of nutrient is also increased. That mainly functions. But if the soil organic carbon is low, and when we go to natural farmings, in natural farming we go to Ganjiva Jiva Amrit, Brahmastar, Nimasastar, and we go. But it is not easy task to farmer, not easy task, because we have not a desi cow, and so
is desi cow really relevant, because even outside India, people are doing livestock, holistic livestock grazing and regenerative agriculture, and they're seeing the value of these goats and bisons and all.
देसी काऊ का यही हम कहते हैं कि जैसे अब हमारी माता होती है देसी काऊ को, क्योंकि उसमें जैसे सर ने कहा कि काऊ यूरिन एंड काऊ डंग, तो इट इज बेस्ट फॉर दी और बैक्टीरियल populations and more वो, तो ये चीजें हैं. तो सर मेरा ये क्वेश्चन था कि यदि आपकी सोल ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन ठीक है, एज ए साइंटिस्ट आई एक्सपेरिमेंट इन 2 or 3 years as a natural farmings, but our organic carbon is medium to high, they are the best result, but there is a low organic carbon, there is a poor result as a, because they
Microbes.
role
Yeah,
is
for
only microbes, they not improve the soil, not
Sir, microbes के लिए ना you need
provide
you
the
need
nutrients.
basically microbes के लिए sir you need organic basically you need biomass.
Yes sir, yes sir, biomass.
तो
Yes sir.
अगर आपके पास फील्ड में बायोमास नहीं है, ऑर्गेनिक मैटर नहीं है, ठीक है,
Yes sir.
then you don't have enough bacterial counts and fungal counts. ठीक है,
Yes sir.
बैक्टीरिया फंगाई अगर नहीं रहेंगे तो आपके पास जो मेन जो आपको प्लांट को न्यूट्रिशन देता है, नेमेटोड्स और प्रोटोजोआ, उसके पॉपुलेशंस कम रहते हैं, माइक्रो आर्थ्रोपॉड्स मतलब अर्थवर्म पॉपुलेशन घट जाता है।
Yes
तो
sir.
आपका जो न्यूट्रिएंट साइक्लिंग है, ये जो ट्रोपिक लेवल्स होते हैं इंसेक्ट्स के, अगर और ये माइक्रोब्स के अगर वो नहीं है, 3rd 4th ट्रोपिक लेवल तक नहीं है, तो आपको प्लांट को न्यूट्रिशन पुअर रहता है, तो आपका यील्ड पुअर रहेगा।
Yes.
तो नेचुरल फार्मिंग जब आप करेंगे ना, तो आपको ऑर्गेनिक मैटर बहुत ज्यादा चाहिए, आपको ज्यादा बायोमास चाहिए, आपको कवर क्रॉप्स चाहिए, ठीक है।
यही
तो
मैं कहना चाह रहा था कि जहाँ वहाँ सक्सेस चाहिए,
तो वहीं पे सक्सेस होगा। अगर
वहीं पे
आप बेयर सॉइल पे अगर ये सब आप कितना भी नेचुरल फार्मिंग करेंगे, वो सॉइल को टिल करते रहेंगे,
नहीं रहेगा सर,
तो आपका वो नेचुरल फार्मिंग होगा ही नहीं, आप लॉसेस में जाएंगे, ठीक है। तो ये सारा प्रैक्टिसेस, ये पूरे सेट ऑफ प्रैक्टिसेस जो फार्मर होता है उनको समझाना जरूरी है।
सर एक बात बताऊं सर, जो नो डाउट जो सरकार की जो गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी थी ना, जो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग नो डाउट ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में किसान भी मतलब कि अब जा रहे हैं और वो सक्सेसफुल हो रही है धीरे धीरे, नो डाउट। लेकिन सरकार ने एकदम वो नेचुरल फार्मिंग का ऐसा कंसेप्ट अभी 1 साल से ऐसा ला दिया कि अब वो ना इधर के ना उधर के रहे, क्योंकि उसमें कहते हैं कि
कुछ नहीं है एक्चुअली। हम भी देखो, हमने तो अभी तक कोई सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं लिया है, ठीक है, तो हमारे फार्म का जिसने खाया वो दोबारा से खाता है, ठीक है, और वो खाते ही रहता है, क्योंकि उसने अपने लाइफ में वैसा देखा नहीं है, ठीक है। तो क्या होता है कि नेचुरल फार्मिंग, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, रिजेनरेटिव फार्मिंग, कोरियन नेचुरल फार्मिंग, ठीक है, सेंट्रोपिक एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री, ये सब एक ही चीज है। और बेसिकली ये क्या है, दिस इज वर्किंग विद नेचर, आपको नेचर के साथ
इनपुट के ऊपर डिपेंड है और एनवायरनमेंट जो कंडीशन है उस पे
आप जितना नेचर के साथ काम करेंगे, जितना डिस्ट्रप्टिव एक्टिविटीज कम करेंगे, तो उतना आपके लिए और एनवायरनमेंट के लिए अच्छा है। आप जितना कम केमिकल्स यूज करेंगे, जितना कम से कम टिलेज करेंगे, जितना आप लाइफस्टाइल।
लेकिन सर मैंने ये देखा है,
डॉक्टर राजपूत, यू आर म्यूट।
यस सर, मैंने एक चीज देखी है सर, जो ऑर्गेनिक नेचुरल फार्मिंग का जो प्रोड्यूस है, कि हमारे 150 एकड़ का फार्म है हरियाणा एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी हिसार के अंदर, 2017 से स्टार्ट हुआ था। एज ए आप वेजिटेबल देख लीजिए या हॉर्टिकल्चर देख लीजिए या सीरियल क्रॉप देख लीजिए, जो क्वालिटी ऑफ प्रोड्यूस है ना, क्वालिटी गुणवत्ता जिसे हम बोलते हैं, वो आपको है ना बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी मिलेगी इन ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फार्मिंग में एज कम्पेयर टू इनऑर्गेनिक।
सवाल ही वो तो सवाल ही नहीं।
वेजिटेबल, हाँ वेजिटेबल है ना, मतलब कि आपकी 10 दिन 12 दिन खराब नहीं हो गया है। यस
देखो कैसा है, जब आपका ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन बढ़ता है ना, तो ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन बेसिकली क्या है, ये आपके माइक्रोब्स के लिए फूड है, ठीक है,
फूड है, राइट।
तो जब माइक्रोब्स को ज्यादा खाना मिलेगा तो वो क्या करेंगे, वो तो एक्सचेंज करेंगे ना, तो प्लांट उनको ऐसे ही खाना नहीं देगा, बराबर। हाँ, तो अगर प्लांट उनको ग्लूकोज खिलाएगा तो उनसे वो जो मिनरल है वो तो लेगा ही एक्सचेंज में, बराबर। जब वो मिनरल ज्यादा लेगा तो मिनरल तो वो प्लांट में ही डालेगा, एक तो अपने वेजिटेटिव ग्रोथ में डालेगा या अपने फ्रूट्स और फ्रूट्स में डालेगा, ये जो भी प्रोड्यूस होता है। तो जब आपका मिनरल न्यूट्रिशन अच्छा हो जाता है तो एंजाइम्स, हार्मोन्स और जो मेटाबॉलिज्म होता है प्लांट का वो बेटर हो जाता है, ठीक है, उसको कोई डेफिशिएंसी नहीं होती, सारे एंजाइम्स प्रॉपर फंक्शन करते हैं, तो न्यूट्रिएंट डेंसिटी फूड का बढ़ता है। तो प्लांट हेल्थ में क्या होता है कि पहले स्टेज में फोटोसिंथेसिस होता है, दूसरे स्टेज में प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस होता है, जब सारे प्रोटीन बन गए तो फिर लिपिड सिंथेसिस होता है, ठीक है?
Right.
जब सारे लिपिड्स बन गए मतलब इसेंशियल ऑयल, सेल वॉल, जो भी सेल फंक्शंस के लिए पेक्टिन, लिग्निन, जो भी रहेगा, सेलुलोज, वो बन जाते हैं। तो फिर जो फोर्थ स्टेज होता है वो मैक्रो मेटाबोलाइट्स होता है। तो ये जो मेटाबोलाइट्स होते हैं या सेकेंडरी मेटाबोलाइट्स होते हैं, तो ये पर्टिकुलर फूड को अपना जो न्यूट्रिटिव वैल्यू है ये देते हैं, ठीक है?
Right.
तो हमें क्या करना है कि हमें जो ऑर्गेनिक मैटर है सॉइल में ये बढ़ाना है। और हमारे जो सॉइल ऑर्गेनिक मैटर है वो कैसे बढ़ेगा? वो बढ़ता है फोटोसिंथेसिस से। तब आपके पास अगर ज़्यादा पेड़ रहे, कवर क्रॉप रहे, तो आपका सॉइल ऑर्गेनिक मैटर अच्छा रहेगा, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कार्बन ज़मीन में जाएगा। और ये जो कार्बन है ये अपना बैक्टीरिया फंजाई उसको फूड सोर्स यूज़ करेंगे और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मिनरल न्यूट्रिशन आपके प्लांट्स को देंगे, तो प्लांट्स और तंदुरुस्त हो जाता है। और जो भी तंदुरुस्त होता है उसका जो इफेक्ट है वो तो अच्छा ही रहेगा।
राइट।
तो
Okay.
आपका
बिल्कुल राइट सर, बिल्कुल हम तो कर ही रहे हैं सर 4-5 साल से। और हमारे तो इतने फार्मर आते हैं हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर और हम तो उनको लाइव दिखाते हैं नेचुरल ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का एग्जांपल। और खुद प्रोड्यूस मतलब कि हम सेल भी करते हैं और ले भी जाते हैं और खुद ही उनका वो कहना होता है कि या यू आर राइट। तो सर ये चीजें हैं, लेकिन फार्मर की थोड़ी कंडीशन अलग है। तो उस पर थोड़ा अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम हो गया, एग्जाम्पल हो गया, आप जैसे जैसे प्रेजेंटेशन, वेबिनार, इस तरह की हमें करने की जरूरत है। वो हम जैसे जितना जागरूक कर जाएंगे करते रहेंगे उतना ही हमारे लिए अच्छा रहेगा। ये बिल्कुल राइट। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Narendra Yadav, for your amazing questions, because we need these questions for all of us to learn.
मैं अपनी जो नॉलेज है ना वो शेयर की है, सर को पता है। एज ए भी हम हमारा यही है कि भी हम कैसे हम आगे इसको ले जाए हैं। और वो अभी अभी से करेंगे तो इसका इफेक्ट हमें 10 या 12 साल में देखने को मिलेगा। हमारी जो जनरेशन है, नई पीढ़ी है, वो हमारी अच्छी रहेगी। यही अभी मकसद है हमारा। आप जैसे लोगों का वेबिनार कराने का और इस तरह की एक्टिविटी कराने का, और ये बहुत जरूरी है
नहीं,
मैडम।
ये
वेरी
webinars
थैंकफुल टू
बहुत
यू मैडम।
important है।
यस मैडम, नहीं वेरी थैंकफुल टू मैडम, ये बहुत बड़ा जरूरी है। वो माइंड वाली जो बात की थी ना, माइंड सेटअप करने वाली, तो ऐसे ही हो गया, अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम से ही होगी हम।
I'm also very grateful कि इतने लोग आए, अटेंड किए। I'm sorry मुझे किसी को निकालना भी पड़ा। I'm very very sorry, but मेरा मैं खुद I'm new to this field. Like
उसको उनकी है ना, आपने निकाल तो दिया, लेकिन उनकी भी मजबूरी थी। नो डाउट हम भी फेस करते हैं एवरी डे, हैं एवरी वीक एवरी वो। लेकिन एक कहने का और एक तरीका होता है। उनकी भी मजबूरी है कि भाई फार्मर से रिलेटेड कोई बंदा होगा वो इसको इग्नोर करेगा एज ए गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी को, और एज ए वो, क्योंकि मैम वो चीजें गांव तक नहीं पहुंच पाती जो हम अभी जिक्र कर रहे हैं, साइंटिफिक कह रहे हैं। हैं, यदि उनके बच्चे शिक्षित हैं, यदि फार्मर शिक्षित है तो वो जल्दी समझ पाएगा। यदि वो नहीं है तो एक्चुअली क्या है कि फार्मर को ज्यादा नॉलेज होती है हमसे, क्योंकि वो हर कंडीशन के अंदर शुरू से लेके लास्ट तक हर कंडीशन में जीतता है। तो फार्मर को हमसे ज्यादा नॉलेज होती है। लेकिन फार्मर को माइंड सेटअप करना कैसे है, वो चीजें जरूरी है। जैसे डॉक्टर राजपूत, डॉक्टर हमारे जो थे, उन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा एग्जाम्पल दिया। यदि वो चीजें ध्यान से सुन ले तो लास्ट तक, मैं भी लास्ट में बोला हूँ, बीच में क्वेश्चनिंग हुई थी, मैंने जवाब दिया था ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन कंटेंट का। लेकिन सुनने की क्षमता और वो उस चीज में हमें जाना पड़ेगा, माइंड सेटअप करना पड़ेगा फार्मर को, तो हम इस चीज तक पहुंच जाएंगे। आने वाली जो जनरेशन है उसको हम कर पाएंगे अपने जो भी।
बिल्कुल कर पाएंगे। और डेफिनेटली मेरा तो होप है कि मोर एंड मोर कंज्यूमर अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट हो, जिससे हम एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री सिस्टम के बेनिफिट सीखें, फूड न्यूट्रिशन प्रोफाइल के बारे में जाने, विच डॉक्टर्स कैन रियली प्रमोट, कि पीपल गेट अवेयर ऑफ द न्यूट्रिशन प्रोफाइल ऑफ फूड व्हेन इट चेंजेस टू ऑर्गेनिक, कि आपका रेशियो कैसा आ रहा है, पॉली अनसैचुरेटेड, सैचुरेटेड, ओमेगा 3, ओमेगा 6, इन सब का। और मतलब जो लाइफ स्टॉक आप एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री मॉडल में मेंटेन करेंगे या जिसको आप ग्रेन्स खिलाएंगे, उससे न्यूट्रिशन प्रोफाइल कैसी आएगी? क्योंकि मैंने यही सुना है कि जो ग्रेन्स खाते हैं लाइफ स्टॉक, उनका मिल्क भी ज्यादा हेल्दी नहीं होता है, ऐसा मैंने सुना है, या is not as healthy compared to one that is grazing on its natural environment.
Right.
So ये
मैडम
चीज इंडिया
मैडम
में
सब चीज पॉसिबल है मैम, जैसे ऑर्गेनिक, नेचुरल, अब यौगिक भी आ गई है, लेकिन हर चीज पॉसिबल है यदि माइंड सेटअप हम कर ले तो हर चीज पॉसिबल है। यही जागरूकता हमें फैलानी है।
वो
यही
जागरूकता फैलेगी अगर लोगों के अंदर भी ये जागरूकता आएगी कि हमें हेल्दी
Right.
खाना खाना है। क्योंकि
Right.
अब हम लोग केमिकल बहुत खाते हैं। लिटरली आई वाज वेरी शॉक्ड टू हियर दैट some old person got a stroke, brain hemorrhage, and उनकी
Right.
बेटी बोल रही थी that he sits in even in this age he eats Bonvita. So
हमारे तो मैडम यहाँ बठिंडा से बीकानेर एक कैंसर ट्रेन चलती है। आप मानोगे नहीं कि सबसे ज्यादा जो असर हुआ है वो पंजाब के अंदर हुआ है पेस्टिसाइड का, और धीरे धीरे हरियाणा की तरफ फैला हुआ है। अब 1960 से ही ये चीजें हैं।
तो डॉक्टर वंदना शिवा भी इसी डायरेक्शन में काम कर रही है। आई होप टू कॉल हर ऑल्सो ऑन माई प्लेटफॉर्म, डॉक्टर शिवा। शी ऑल्सो वर्क्स इन द सॉइल हेल्थ एंड सीड सोवेरेनिटी। तो उनका भी इसमें काम है, वो भी फार्मर्स की काफी हेल्प कर रही है पंजाब में, जहाँ तक मैंने सुना है।
जी
डॉक्टर वंदना शिवा, शी इज ऑल्सो फूड
आई डोंट
एक्टिविस्ट।
नो मैडम, बट एक्चुअल कंडीशन मैं तो यहाँ पे हरियाणा में बैठा हूँ, मेरे को पता है, लेकिन अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम और
नहीं, मैं उनको भी बुलाऊंगी, आपको इनविटेशन जाएगा, आप प्लीज ज्वाइन करिएगा, क्योंकि अब तो
हम तो मैडम करते रहते हैं सेमिनार, लेकिन वही बात है, जैसे आपने जागरूकता फैलाई, हम भी फैलाते हैं ग्राउंड लेवल पे। सर से मैंने क्वेश्चन किए, सर की मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छी लगी, बहुत अच्छी लगी।
मुझे भी।
हाँ, लेकिन ये साइंटिफिक लोग समझ सकते हैं, नो डाउट उस पर, लेकिन हमें ये देखना है कि भी हमें इतने साल लग गए, 60 ईयर लग गए, इसको कैसे सुधारा जाए। मेन फोकस हमारा, वही ऑब्जेक्टिव वही है कि भी कैसे। और सर ने ये बात की कि भी आज हम स्टार्ट होंगे तो ये इसका असर 10 साल बाद दिखेगा, और 10 साल आने वाली जो हमारी पीढ़ियां हैं उनको वो जीवन मिलेगा। तो एक तरह की ये त्याग ही है एक तरह से, इस तरह का वो फार्मर के लिए करना, तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है
नहीं,
मैडम।
फार्मर के लिए नहीं, हम सबके लिए कर रहे हैं, अपने फ्यूचर के लिए कर रहे हैं। बिकॉज कल को सॉइल हेल्थ खराब होगी तो इट टेक्स टाइम टू रीजनरेट, एंड हमें उसको ठीक कर देना है
मैडम
ताकि
हमारी, आप कोरोना पीरियड में देख लीजिए, कोरोना पीरियड के अंदर जब 2 साल का था, उसमें हमारी जो जीडीपी थी वो सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर पे बेस्ड थी। तो हमारी जो जड़ है, हमारी जो इंडिया में, भारत में जड़ है, वो फार्मर ही है, और फार्मर को ही जागरूकता करना ही वही हमारी वही है प्रगति, कहने का
for
मतलब।
sure.
यस
Dr.
मैम।
Rajput, I will definitely ask you that please come back on our platform for more soil health related programs. And one thing that I would highly request you as a doctor is we want to spread an awareness programs for consumers about what it means to eat food with higher nutritional profile, which I think you can guide them best. Because like I said, I know that India has a very high rate of diabetes today. And all this can really go away if we shift our food consumption from industrialized processed food to agroforestry natural food-based system. And this awareness program is very, very essential because we don't see it being promoted by medical doctors today. As much as I was so amazed to see a medical doctor like you actually promoting a holistic approach to health. I would highly request if you.
मैडम मैं आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगा, जैसे कि सर ने क्वेश्चन किया था, जिन्होंने आपने निकाल दिया उनको कि भी आप कभी फार्म पे गए हुए हो, आपने मना कर दिया, बढ़िया किया आपने, सच्चाई बोली आपने, ट्रू। लेकिन मैं आपसे ये कहना चाहूंगा, रिक्वेस्ट, नेक्स्ट टाइम वेबिनार हो उसमें फार्मर को भी यदि हम वो करें, जोड़ें, तो हम अपने वो रख सकते हैं पॉइंट।
सर अभी ये last week of May में we will be having a conference on climate resilient agriculture and horticulture, जलगांव में ही होने वाला है।
जलगांव
तो चाय जो है कॉन्फेडरेशन ऑफ हॉर्टिकल्चर एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया, तो वो कंडक्ट करता है। ये बहुत अच्छा मीटिंग होता है, तो यू कैन डेफिनेटली कम एंड वहाँ पे सारे साइंटिस्ट भी आते हैं वो
यस सर,
या चाय के कॉन्फ्रेंस में। तो बिल्कुल आइए और हमारे फार्म देखिए, यू विल रियली एंजॉय इट।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल राइट सर, देखेंगे बिल्कुल सर, मैं मैडम से कांटेक्ट करूंगा
ये
और उसका लिंक
मई
वगैरह।
के लास्ट वीक में होता है। ये
मैडम
चाय
हमारा
की
एक्चुअली क्या है कि सारा फार्मर पे बेस्ड है, किसान के लिए है, आज भी जो था किसानों के लिए है। किसान जुड़े होंगे ना, तो किसान है ना अपनी पॉजिटिव बातें करेंगे, अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करेंगे, उससे हमें भी नॉलेज प्राप्त होगी, क्योंकि किसानों को सबसे ज्यादा नॉलेज होती है, मैं मानता हूँ। हम तो साइंटिफिक कर लेते हैं, लेकिन किसानों को, लेकिन
देखो
हम
कैसे
उनको
होता है,
कैसे।
मेजर
यस सर,
मेजर जो साइंस स्पेशली सॉइल साइंस में जितना भी वर्क हुआ है
यस सर,
अमेरिका में भी अभी,
यस,
तो ये सब किसानों द्वारा ही हुआ है।
किसानों द्वारा
तो
है सर, यस सर,
हाँ, तो गेब ब्राउन
ये
है,
यस सर,
डेविड ब्रांट है, तो ये सारे
डॉक्टर रतन भी है
बेसिक,
हमारे सोल
तो
साइंटिस्ट।
हाँ, तो
यस सर,
बेसिकली ये फार्मर्स थे, उन्होंने सबको सिखाया है सॉइल के बारे
बिल्कुल सर। तो सर मैं तो यही था पॉजिटिव कहना कि भी जो भी वेबिनार सेमिनार हो, किसान की यदि और भी हो तो अच्छा होगा। वो बहस करने की बजाय सुनेगा भी अच्छे तरह से। और वही बात है कि हम यदि 3 लोगों को पहुंचाएंगे, 3 6 को पहुंचाएगा, 6 को 12, 12 को 12 को 24, तो इस तरह से चेंज सिस्टम बढ़ेगा, तो हम आने वाली जो पीढ़ी है, आने वाला जो हम जो देख रहे हैं, वो हमारा बढ़िया हो जाएगा भारत का। क्योंकि लोगों में तो अब्रोड में तो अच्छा हो गया कि ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का, और वो वहाँ उस हिसाब से, लेकिन हम हमारा ये जो इंडिया का जो सिस्टम है अभी है, अभी करंटली चल ही रहा है मोदी जी की सरकार के उसमें पॉलिसीज में, लेकिन गांव तक नहीं पहुंच पाता। वो इंटरमीडिएट का जो सिस्टम रहता है वो अभी पुअर है। मंडियों का हम बोलते हैं, मंडियों में भाव नहीं मिल पाता। वो एज ऑर्गेनिक यदि उसके अच्छे लिंक है, वो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग कर रहा है, नेचुरल फार्मिंग कर रहा है, वेजिटेबल प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है, हॉर्टिकल्चर प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है, उसको जानते हैं तो उसको अच्छा प्राइस मिल जाता है। लेकिन उसके लिंक नहीं है मंडियों में, इतना वो नहीं है, तो वही जो सेम जो जहरीली खेती कर रहा है वही सेम प्राइस में जाता है, उसमें किसान मारा जाता है। तो हमें सिर्फ उस पर विचार करना है और जागरूकता फैलाने की भी। हाँ, सर्टिफिकेशन का हो कुछ भी हो, बिल्कुल मतलब कि अच्छे तरीके से हो, और अच्छा उसकी जांच पड़ताल हो, प्रोड्यूस की भी वो केमिकल है या नहीं है। आज भी हमारे सेक्टर के अंदर काट लगी होती है, चलो मैं तो जागरूक हूँ, मैं पूछ लेता हूँ भी सर्टिफिकेशन आपने कहाँ से करवाया, तो उसके पास कोई जवाब नहीं रहता। तो इस तरह की भी मतलब कि चली हुई है कि भी ऑर्गेनिक के नाम से हमारे जो शहरी जो है डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे है, वो मन चाहा पैसा दे देते हैं। मतलब 30 रुपए पर वेजिटेबल कोई प्राइस है, 100 रुपए में बेच रहा है ऑर्गेनिक के नाम पे, तो 100 रुपए दे देते हैं, लेकिन उसको ये नहीं पता कि भी ये ऑर्गेनिक है या नहीं। तो इस तरह की हमें
तो
जागरूकता फैलानी
तो
जरूरी है।
तो अमेरिका में भी अभी भी जो भी लीडिंग जो ये रीजनरेटिव ऑर्गेनिक मूवमेंट कर रहे हैं ना, वो अभी भी सर्टिफाइड नहीं है। दे आर नॉट सर्टिफाइड बाय एनी बॉडी एज ऑफ नाउ। ठीक है,
जी
जो
सर,
गेब ब्राउन है, डेविड ब्रांट है, लेकिन वो इतने बड़े नाम है कि उनको सर्टिफिकेशन का जरूरत नहीं। ऐसा मुझे भी लगता है कि मुझे सर्टिफिकेशन का जरूरत नहीं है, जिसको आना है वो आए, देखे, हमारा प्रोडक्ट खाए, ठीक है, उनको अच्छा लगे, वो लाइफ टाइम लेते रहे। ठीक है, तो हमारा कोशिश यही रहता
राइट
है
सर।
कि या तो
लेकिन सर वो, यस सर,
अगर आप सही क्वालिटी देंगे और ऑनेस्ट रहेंगे अपने इसमें, ठीक है, अपने एफर्ट्स में, तो आपको सर्टिफिकेशन का जरूरत नहीं होता। ठीक है,
नहीं सर मैं,
अभी मैं बिना सर्टिफिकेशन के 26 कंट्री में मेरा एक्सपोर्ट होता है। ठीक है, तो
विश्वास,
हाँ, हाँ,
वो
ये तो
सबसे बड़ा वो है, सर्टिफिकेशन का एक
हम्म,
बड़ा होता है बिलीव।
तो सर्टिफिकेशन क्या होता है कि जब आप एक पर्टिकुलर सॉइल प्रोफाइल में जाते हैं ना, तो कोई सर्टिफिकेट कुछ काम का नहीं रहता, बिकॉज उनके पास कोई पैरामीटर नहीं है। जो टेस्टिंग मेथड्स हैं यहाँ पे इंडिया में,
राइट,
ठीक है,
हो
तो
नहीं पाती सर,
वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है ही नहीं जो हमारा
कॉस्टली होती है ज्यादा।
फंगल डोमिनेंट सॉइल सर्टिफाई करते हैं।
राइट राइट,
और जो सर्टिफाई करने आएंगे वो बेचारे मेरे एक लेक्चर में वो डिप्रेस होके जाते हैं। ठीक है,
राइट सर,
उनको इतना
फैसिलिटीज
इतना डिप्रेशन आता है
टेस्टिंग
कि वो
प्रोडक्ट,
वापस आते ही नहीं है। ठीक है,
राइट सर।
तो क्या होता है कि यू हैव टू बी
नहीं,
ऑनेस्ट इन व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, और
ऑनेस्ट,
आपको, हाँ, और आपको जब आप ऑनेस्टली किसी को कुछ
बस वही है
दे
सर,
रहे हैं,
वही
ठीक है,
रिलेबिलिटी,
हाँ तो
विश्वास जरूरी है,
हाँ,
होता है
और
वही।
हम तो वेलकम करते हैं, यू शुड विजिट आवर फार्म, क्योंकि
राइट राइट।
हम बोलते हैं कि अगर हमने विजिट किया तो आप बाहर फॉरेन कंट्रीज में इतनी जगह जाते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा आपको नॉलेज हमारी कंट्री में मिलता है।
कंट्री में
तो
राइट सर।
किया है, तो आप कभी भी जब भी चलता हुआ आए तो डेफिनेटली ये चाय के कॉन्फ्रेंस में आइए, ठीक है।
बस
और ज़रूर हमारे यहाँ के बहुत सारे ब्रिलियंट फार्मर्स हैं, ठीक है, जो
बिल्कुल राइट सर, राइट सर।
मतलब जहाँ पे यूनिवर्सिटी खत्म होती है वहाँ पे वो शुरू होते हैं, ठीक है।
शुरू होती है।
तो जो 50-50 सालों का एक्सपीरियंस है, तो डेफिनेटली ये उनका अनुभव बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है, ये साइंस को आगे बढ़ाने में बहुत
हाँ,
जरूरी है।
तो मैं मैडम को यही कहता सर कि नेक्स्ट वेबिनार हो, हम भी फार्मर को जोड़ेंगे, 100-200 फार्मर हम भी जोड़ेंगे, हमारे भी लिंक में रहते हैं। तो फार्मर को माइंड सेटअप इसलिए कर सकते, इसलिए करा पाएंगे कि हमें ऑनलाइन हम उनको भी जोड़ पाए। और फार्मर कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेगा, फार्मर अपनी वो बताएगा प्रॉब्लम्स, और हमें अपना सोल्यूशन दे पाएंगे। जैसे सर ने बताया, डॉक्टर राजपूत सर ने इतना अच्छा एग्जाम्पल दिया, अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन दी, तो वो चीज हमें तो पता ही है, साइंटिफिक लोगों को तो पता ही है हर चीज का, आपस में हम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो फार्मर को नहीं पता हम हर चीज। तो मैडम मैं यही कहूँगा कि नेक्स्ट टाइम वेबिनार हो, उसमें आपके भी फार्मर उसमें साथ हो, हमारे भी फार्मर साथ हो, हर एक स्टेट के फार्मर हो, प्रगतिशील फार्मर हम जो बोलते हैं हमारे हरियाणा पंजाब में। अब मैं उसको जोड़ने का प्रयास करूंगा, आप अपने उस साइड का जोड़ने का प्रयास करना, और सर जैसे अपना एक्सपीरियंस वो बताएंगे, उसके बाद हम अपना फार्मर तक पहुंचाएंगे, तो हमारा
We
और
can do
ज्यादा।
one webinar, हम ऐसा एक वेबिनार मैं ऑर्गेनाइज कर
हाँ
सकती
बिल्कुल
हूँ जिसका नाम होगा माइंड सेटअप फॉर फार्मर्स। हम
राइट
ये
राइट।
कह के एक वेबिनार होस्ट कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल
वी
मैम,
कैन
बिल्कुल मैम।
इनवाइट डॉक्टर राजपूत, डॉक्टर Ramajaneyulu, we can invite them,
बिल्कुल मैम,
and farmers will attend and farmers will question you guys, and then you answer them, answer the farmers. We can do that.
बिल्कुल
I
मैडम,
can promote.
बिल्कुल करेंगे मैडम। उसमें किसान भी अपनी समस्या बताएगा, हम उनको सोल्यूशन भी बताएंगे, और अच्छा जाएगा अपना, और वही मतलब कि हमारा
मैंने भी
वही होगा।
हमारे यहाँ पे भी बहुत अभी ट्रायल शुरू है ऑन रीजनरेटिव ऑर्गेनिक, बहुत अच्छे ट्रायल्स हैं, इंडस्ट्री पार्टिसिपेशन है, तो ये डेफिनेटली मूवमेंट आगे बढ़ेगा, ठीक है। अभी बहुत
सर मैं
सारे
आपसे करूँगा
फार्मर्स हैं,
कॉन्टेक्ट। यस सर।
मैंने मेरा नंबर दिया है चैट में, आपको मिल जाएगा,
राइट
तो
सर,
आप
राइट।
कभी भी कांटेक्ट करिए, वी विल बी वेरी
हम तो
हैप्पी
सर
टू।
दिन रात लगे रहते हैं, सुबह से लेके शाम तक। मेरे को इंटरेस्ट था, इसलिए मैं इसमें मैडम का गोरी सैन मेरे को पता नहीं
हाँ नहीं,
तो
बेसिकली आई नेवर इंट्रोड्यूस्ड माई सेल्फ, और शायद इसीलिए वो आदमी भी मेरे से नाराज हो गए थे कि मुझे फार्मिंग के बारे में नहीं आता है। तो ऑब्वियसली मुझे फार्मिंग के बारे
मैडम
में
आपने
कुछ नहीं
बोला था
पता।
मेरे को नहीं पता, लेकिन मैं इतना वो कर रही हूँ, ये भी कम नहीं है। मैं बोलता हूँ उस समय, ये भी बहुत बड़ा है, अपनी वो है अपॉर्चुनिटी भी, आप इतना कदम उठा रहे हो, ये भी सराहना लायक है। हम किसी
मैं
बंदे को इग्नोर मार के उसको जवाब दे के उसको भी ठीक कर सकते हैं मैडम, उनको भी लगे भी हाँ भी ठीक है, तो ये था।
हाँ नहीं,
कुछ
एक्चुअली बात ये है कि मेरे को वेबिनार, उस समय इतने लोग थे, मैं भी कॉन्शियस थी, मैं नहीं चाहती थी कि वेबिनार बीच में खराब हो जाए, बट
नहीं सर,
ओवरऑल
समझते हैं,
मेरा
डॉक्टर साहब ने भी, डॉक्टर राजपूत ने भी वो कई सामना किया होगा इन चीजों का, तो समझते हैं, हम भी समझते हैं, हम भी थे साइंटिस्ट, हर कोई समझता है। तो
हाँ,
ये चलता रहता है, लेकिन हम अपना आप में सही होना चाहिए, अपना आप में राइट
मैं
टाइम हम अच्छा
होस्ट
काम
हूँ,
कर रहे
मेरा
हैं।
मेरा अपना एक प्लेटफॉर्म है,
राइट
करुणामयी होलिस्टिक, एंड
राइट
ऑन दिस प्लेटफॉर्म हम आयुर्वेद डॉक्टर्स को लेकर आते हैं, डांस टीचर्स को लेकर आते हैं। तो हम बेसिकली एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ हम होलिस्टिक चीजों को प्रमोट करते हैं,
राइट मैम।
हेल्दी लिविंग से जुड़ी हो, हेल्थी लाइफ से जुड़ी हो, और ऑर्गेनिक एग्रीकल्चर उनमें से एक चीज है जिसको मैं परफेक्टली मानती हूँ कि हमारे हेल्थ के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है। और
मैडम
मैं
मैं मेरे पास टाइम नहीं होता, लेकिन इतना इंटरेस्ट था कि भी ऑर्गेनिक का हो रहा है, जिगर तो मैं कर लूँ, आई एम ए यंग साइंटिस्ट। तो एचयू के अंदर ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का, हरियाणा एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी जो बिगेस्ट एशिया यूनिवर्सिटी है, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का एक्चुअली मैं सोयल एज ए सोयल साइंटिस्ट मैं वहाँ देख रहा हूँ, नो डाउट। तो मेरा इंटरेस्ट था कि मेरे को कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा, मेरे में वो था कि मैंने पूरी बात सुनी भी और बीच में क्वेश्चनिंग भी हुई, मैंने उनका जवाब भी दिया। कुछ हाइब्रिड वेराइटी का इनका जिक्र कर रहे थे। मैंने कहा कि यदि आपका ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन अच्छा है, सोइल का मीडियम टू हाई है, तो आप कर सकते हो हाइब्रिड वेराइटी। और उसको मेंटेन करने के लिए आपको जो इनपुट है, फाइम, वर्मी कंपोस्ट, पोल्ट्री मैन्योर, बायो फर्टिलाइजर, घन जीवामृत, जीवामृत, ये आपको अप्लाई करने पड़ेंगे वहां पे ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में आप जाओगे तो। उनको जवाब मिल गया, उसके बाद क्वेश्चन नहीं की। तो मैडम अच्छा लगता है कि इस प्लेटफॉर्म के अंदर यदि हम कुछ दे पाए, किसान को दे पाए, या किसी किसी के मन में कुछ रह गया तो बड़ा अच्छा रहता है। यही था मैम।
नहीं, डेफिनेटली। मैंने
हम्म,
मैंने आपको बोला मैं माइंड सेटअप फॉर फार्मर्स करके एक वेबिनार ऑर्गेनाइज करूंगी, एंड आई होप डॉक्टर राजपूत विल बी विलिंग टू जॉइन अस अगेन in future for that webinar,
yes ma'am.
and for future webinars also in general, because हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म है ही अवेयरनेस प्लेटफॉर्म। हम
राइट मैम। नहीं,
मैं
बड़ा
चाहती
अच्छा
हूँ कि
मैडम, बड़ा अच्छा मैडम। सर ने
या
बड़ी अच्छी प्रेजेंटेशन दी है। मैं स्टार्टिंग में मेरे को काफी मतलब कि वो क्वेश्चनिंग थी, काफी क्वेश्चनिंग थी आपके पूरे में, लेकिन पेशेंस है मेरे में कि मैं कोई नहीं, जब जो होस्ट दीदी बोलेगा क्वेश्चनिंग तो मैं क्वेश्चनिंग करूंगा। उसके बाद मैंने क्वेश्चनिंग की है, सर को पता है मैंने एज साइंटिफिक काउंसलिंग की है, कोई वो नहीं, लेकिन अच्छा सेमिनार गया है, कोई नहीं मैडम। अच्छा लगा मेरे को, नॉलेज के
I'm
लिए
very
काफी अच्छा।
grateful to everyone who attended. I'm very grateful to the participants,
थैंक
along
यू मैम,
with
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम।
the two speakers who really, were the hero of this show today, and they gave so much information. They shared so much information with us. Dr. Ramajaneyulu unfortunately had work and he had to leave in the middle. I would like to thank Dr. Rajput. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us tonight
थैंक
and
यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
taking out all
आपने
the
बड़ा
time.
अच्छा, लेकिन आपकी ये प्रेजेंटेशन यदि इसमें किसान भी होते अलग स्टेट के तो बहुत मतलब कि आपकी एनर्जेटिक जो आपने जो
नरेंद्र
प्रेजेंटेशन दी है,
नरेंद्र
हाँ,
जी नरेंद्र जी मैंने
नेक्स्ट
emails
टाइम मैडम करो मैडम आप।
नरेंद्र जी, मैंने पूरी कोशिश की कि मैं कम से कम 500 से 600 लोगों को ईमेल भेजूं, और मैंने भेजा जितने यूनिवर्सिटीज थे, एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज, जितने मैं
यस
ढूंढ पाई वहां से। मैं खुद प्रोग्रामर हूँ, मैं डेटा स्क्रैप करके ईमेल स्क्रैप्स कर करके सबको ईमेल्स भेजे, और वहीं से काफी लोग आए। आई वाज क्वाइट अमेज्ड कि देयर वाज अ गुड टर्नआउट, एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी पीपल शोड अप। एंड मैं फार्मर्स को नहीं कनेक्ट कर पाई, मैंने साइंटिस्ट को इसलिए भेजा क्योंकि उनको रीच करना मेरे लिए आसान था थ्रू इंटरनेट। फार्मर्स को रीच करना मेरे लिए आसान नहीं था क्योंकि मैं फार्म्स पे नहीं जाती हूँ। लेकिन
मैडम।
मैं आपको बोलूंगी, मैं जितने साइंटिस्ट हैं जो फार्मर्स के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, they can bring these, if they can bring the farmers with them, जैसे आप अगले बार लेकर आना चाहते हैं 100 से 200 फार्मर्स
बिल्कुल
ऑनलाइन।
मैम, बिल्कुल मैम, बिल्कुल कनेक्ट होंगे मैडम, बिल्कुल पॉजिटिव। और हमारा अच्छा सीजन रहेगा यदि हम 50 फार्मर को भी साथ लेके आए तो 50, 5,000, 50,000 और बदलने में कोई टाइम नहीं लगेगा। हम
बिल्कुल,
करते
यही
हैं और
चाहिए
वो
हमें
कर लेंगे।
अवेयरनेस, यही
राइट मैडम,
अवेयरनेस चाहिए
हमारा
क्योंकि
मेन फार्मर को ही है, हमें पता है, साइंटिस्ट को पता है, साइंटिस्ट कर रहा है, लेकिन इस प्लेटफॉर्म के अंदर जो एक्सपर्ट बंदे हैं, डॉक्टर राजपूत सर हो गए हैं, डॉक्टर साहब हो गए, और तो उन लोगों का प्लेटफॉर्म पे होना, उनका एक्सपीरियंस फार्मर तक पहुंचना, वो और ज्यादा मतलब कि इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है। हमें तो रोज सुनते हैं फार्मर, लेकिन डॉक्टर साहब वर्किंग का भी बहुत ज्यादा हो जाते हैं मैडम।
नहीं, बिल्कुल, मैं आपकी बात, मेरा मन यही था कि फार्मर्स तक
जी
ये
मैम,
आवाज पहुंचे, और मैंने यही सोचा था कि जो साइंटिस्ट है वो फार्मर्स तक पहुंचाएंगे। पर आप अगर मदद करना चाहते हैं फार्मर्स को लाने
बिल्कुल
में
मैम,
प्लेटफॉर्म पे, आई एम वेरी हैप्पी, और मैं ऑर्गेनाइज करूंगी इन अनदर मंथ और सो। हम लोग फिर एक माइंड सेटअप फॉर फार्मर्स वेबिनार जरूर ऑर्गेनाइज
वो
करेंगे।
आगे तक ले जाते हैं मैडम,
हम
क्योंकि ये
बिल्कुल आगे लेके जाएंगे।
एक बंदे पे नहीं है, दो बंदे पे, फैमिली पे नहीं है, वो नहीं है। आज आप ऑर्गेनिक कर रहे हो, मैं भी ऑर्गेनिक कर रहा हूँ, डॉक्टर साहब भी कर रहे हैं। ये आप अपनी पूरी उसमें अपने भारत में मतलब कि लागू हो हर एक पे। जो आजकल जो जितनी भी समस्याएं फैल रही है, जो भी दो मेन बीमारी है हमारी, कैंसर की लीजिए, हार्ट अटैक की लीजिए, डायबिटीज लीजिए, सारी की सारी प्रॉब्लम जो सोइल है, जड़ सोइल से ही स्टार्ट होती है।
सॉइल,
तो
और मुझे लगता है एक और
राइट,
चीज है जो हमारे डिसीज को फ्यूल करती है। मे बी डॉक्टर राजपूत मे एग्री विद मी, आई एम नॉट श्योर, एंड आई थिंक दिस इज मोनोकल्चर। कि हम
मोनो
लोग आटा, चावल और चीनी इस पे इतना फोकस हो चुके हैं that we are not like I said the agroforestry model could be so biodiverse. Like I
मैडम
was just
हमारे
thinking कि मैं अपने दही में भी chia seeds डाल के उसका भी वो करके मैं उसको पीती हूँ. So I'm trying to make my food as diverse as possible, incorporating different type of plant foods and some animal products. But I'm trying to incorporate a system into my diet where I can support the ecosystem. So मुझे नहीं पता कि what Dr. Rajput has to say on this, but do you feel that a monoculture based system is what may be causing a disease epidemic, Dr. Rajput?
Basically, diversity is the key. The more diverse you have more diverse proteins, you have more diverse carbohydrates of basically you have more diverse food for the beneficial microbes to survive and sustain. Okay. So if you're having one same kind of a food, okay, and which is not grown sustainably, then you have these epigenetic problems which come in and they make you prone to disease. So it makes a big difference on how you are growing your food, and it is very, very important to know how you grow your food. The complete story of the food you should know. So what we tell our customers or whoever buys stuff from us is you have to come from the to the farm, and you have to see the entire story how the food was produced. It is our farms are never a monoculture. It is always with diversity. So many different microbes are there that brings so many different fungi, so many different predators, so many different beneficial organisms, and it's the harmony in which this plant is surviving. Okay, and it is producing the food which is extremely nutrient dense. Okay, and that makes a big difference to your health. So rather than what we feel is we have to have farmers who uh, can have they should be able to tell the story of the food. So it's all community farming, and each one, like you have a family doctor, you have a family advocate, you have a family CA, you should have a family farmer, okay, who can give you food uh, which is grown in a sustainable way. Since we are not looking at that, okay, it becomes very difficult. And
सर ये
that's
जो
what
यस सर
so I matlab, not I, but now I'm training so many people uh, to grow their own food. You should know where your food is coming from. If you have to be away from disease, suppose if you're having anything, you should know how that food was farmed. That is the key.
Dr. Rajput, will you mind listing your farm on our website as an organic farm? We are listing farms globally around the world.
Yeah. I'm listing it. I have already actually put it on your website, but the problem is they are not into certification because I
Okay,
don't know
that
who,
is one thing that I have to check if we can remove that as a mandatory thing.
So what is the problem? I'll tell you. All farmers who are into this, okay, this certification thing is so much flawed. Okay, the people who come to certify us, they don't have any knowledge of what we are doing, and they just have some basic things, and they are basically clerks who will certify that this is this or this is bad. So what we do is we ask our customers to visit our farm, okay, and we share the entire story of the food, okay, from the date of sowing to the date which we harvest, the date is packed, and the date is gone out of it. So you should know your story, how that. So we have photographs from maybe every day to day, so that you can actually trace how that food was grown. So that becomes very important as far as traceability is concerned, because you don't know actually
We will
What,
remove that field because I was also thinking that a lot of actual regenerative farms today, they may not be certified, but they are probably better than the certified ones also.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah. So I don't believe in that certification process. So that is the problem. And if you see, many of the
Sir,
Americans who are into the regenerative field, they also don't, because I don't know, these systems seems to be flawed. And even the USDA, actually, USDA had a tough time certifying regenerative farms because the permissible levels, of pesticides and chemical use is still there in organic farm. But when you go to regenerative, there is completely nil. Okay. And if organic farm and a regenerative farm, they are being certified, say, suppose by USDA, where USDA allows some amount of pesticide to be there. Okay. Or allows X amount of phosphate fertilizers to be used. So then that system seems to be a problem. Whereas in a regenerative, anyways, you are excluded all inputs, and what you're using is only cover cropping, and you may use a little bit of foliar nutrition uh, and certain microbe amendments. That's it, and biofertilizers and biopesticides. But in regenerative, in organic, you still allow some amount of pesticides to be used, but their permissible levels are less, which I feel uh, that's why I'm not very sure whether should I get certified by these so-called organic.
Yeah, it's very tricky. I'm thinking of changing my own form right now because that is why I sent it for a review to you because I want to list organic farms globally around the world, in Canada and India and US, everywhere in Europe. Farmers to just list their farms and people can find who their local farmers are, and if they want to go visit the farm, where it is, some videos. So though that was my intention, but having the right set of questions there was very important. If you could guide me a little bit on the right set of questions, that would be very helpful to set up a good form for organic farmers.
I think your farm was okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I will try to fix. I'll try to remove that mandatory
Sir,
certification.
actually, sir. Sir, certification actually is a very difficult to farmer. First, two is process. First is NPOP standard. It is very difficult to farmers. Second is PGS, participating guidance system. It is not sure. That is farmer is going to organic या innovatively. So sir, it is very difficult procedure. So it is actually I understand because I have also certified my 150 acre farms, HU farms by the Laken Kerala agencies. It is NPOP standard. It's very, very difficult, sir. Very difficult. Not to farmer कर ही नहीं सकता सर. NPOP standard farmer कर नहीं सकता. और जो PGS का जो सर्टिफिकेशन का है वो फार्मर उसमें ये नहीं है कि भी वो फार्मर्स ऑर्गेनिक कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा, बिकॉज वी हैव नो फैसिलिटीज फॉर द एनालिसिस ऑफ द पेस्टिसाइड रेसिड्यू इन ऑर्गेनिक फूड प्रोड्यूस. जो भी फार्मर वेजिटेबल हॉर्टिकल्चर सीरियल क्रॉप्स कर रहा है उसकी प्रॉपर जांच प्रॉपर मतलब कि हो ही नहीं पा रही, तो पीजीएस पे हम जा नहीं सकते. एनपीओपी स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से फार्मर कर नहीं सकता, बिकॉज इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट. एवरी रिकॉर्ड एवरी डे रिकॉर्ड्स कि भी आपके फार्म पे क्या हुआ है, आपके क्या है. मैं जानता हूँ, मैं 3 ईयर से मैंने करवाया.
नो हम लोग करते हैं, तो हमारा जो डेली लॉग होता है ना, हम लोग लॉग मेंटेन करते हैं.
ओके सर, आई गिव यू पर्सनली कॉल. आई विल कॉल यू पर्सनली.
श्योर.
देन वी शेयर. You know, or I know that what we. Yes sir. Okay sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajput. It was very informational webinar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you very
everyone
much.
for asking questions.
Thank you,
And-
ma'am.
And hopefully, Dr. Rajput, you'll show back on our webinar again with some other informational topics.
Yeah. No, you can do something on fantastic fungi.
Yes, on fantastic fungi and also increasing consumer awareness for nutritional benefits of organic.
Yeah. So I actually do something called as we call this as food as medicine. That is very interesting.
So we'll do a webinar saying food as medicine, and coming from a doctor, it will be very nice webinar for people to attend.
Yeah, we can do that.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so
very
much. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone.